policy for one project, it's good policy for all projects. And that's why I brought forward this bill. A part of that policy requests that the department take into account the greenhouse gas emissions of certain projects as determined by the department in rulemaking. Maine has committed to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions significantly by 2030, and it makes an awful lot of sense that we also take future emissions from major development projects into account as part of that reduction. This bill leaves the types of projects subject to inventory of reductions up to department rulemaking, as I believe they have a much better sense of which types of projects might be the most significant producers of greenhouse gases. It doesn't require the department to keep that inventory. It leaves that process in the purview of the developers through a neutral third party. To simplify, we must all do our part if we want to maintain a livable planet for future generations. And by requiring a third-party inventory of greenhouse gas emissions as part of the site location of development permitting process, we can help reduce some of the emissions that contribute to climate change. And out of fairness, if a development claims to reduce greenhouse gases as part of their project, they should have to prove it. Thanks for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Fay. Representative Dudera has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Senator Brenner, and welcome, Representative Fay, on this beautiful Friday. Thank you for being with us today. My question about this is, was this also a recommendation that the Climate Council, one of the working groups, came up with? I'm just curious if that's something that they identified as an issue as well.
You know, it's a good question. I'm not sure that specifically this bill was part of that, but I feel like it fits really nicely into the plan. But I didn't pull it specifically from that, no.
Okay, that might be maybe something we can find out. I just feel like it strengthens it as we are trying in this committee to really look at those goals and of the Climate Council. And so, that's just another endorsement for why this needs to happen. It's something that they identified as well. So thank you.
Sure, thanks for the tip.
Representative Tucker. Representative, you're muted.
Not anymore. Good morning, Representative Fay. We miss you.
I miss you too.
Okay. I notice it has an emergency clause. Would this legislation, if it passed, apply to any pending cases?
That's a good question. I don't believe there's anything that makes it retroactive in the bill. I might have to go back through the language and double check that for you.
Okay.
So
Yep.
I would imagine that if there was something already in process, that it wouldn't apply.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In addition, a more complicated question. The new section has three basic sections. And the second section indicates that a demonstration of greenhouse gas emissions reductions would be conditional under that section only if the developer states that it would result in greenhouse gas emissions. So it is triggered by that, so that if there's no mention of greenhouse gas in the developer's plan, then section 2 would not apply. But I'm confused because subsection 1 seems to state that it's a requirement of all projects, and there's no condition on that except it has to be determined by a rule under subsection 3. And subsection 3 seems to talk about whether the rules are developed based on section 2. So it kind of goes in a circle.
Yep.
So what I want to understand is, does this apply only if the developer makes a claim? Or if the developer makes no claim, do they still have to go through the greenhouse gas rule process?
So I picked up on that too in the language, and we had gone through the cycle too. So I think there is a little bit of cleanup that could be done. And I would offer that I think the most important part of this bill is to make sure that if someone is making claims as part of their application, that those claims be substantiated, you know, by a neutral party. I think that was the most important piece. I think taking greenhouse gas emissions into account as we're thinking about major site development is important, but I would leave that up to this committee's wisdom as to, you know, how to proceed on that particular piece of language.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Ziegler?
Yes, good morning. I actually, Representative Tucker took the winds out of my sails. So, but I just wanted to say it's very nice to see you again in this committee, and we miss you. And also, I think that I'm glad that you introduced this bill, and I'm hoping to see us clean up some of the rough edges on it. Wait, isn't that so?
That would be my hope as well, Representative Ziegler, and thank you very much. And it's very difficult to take the wind out of your sails, so that's quite a feat.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Fay. Thank you for being here and thank you for putting this bill forward. In answer to how it relates to the Climate Council, it is to promote design standards, to use climate-friendly building products, et cetera, to try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But it also goes into using incentives to do so. Does this bill does not have any incentives to help these construction projects to reduce greenhouse gases, does it?
No, this is simply asking the department to help developers account for if they're going to have greenhouse gases. So there is not, you're correct, no incentive other than, I would think, well, I'll just leave it there.
May I follow up, please?
Sure.
So who is this neutral third party? Is this something that's going to have to be created? How do you determine a neutral third party?
I would suspect that it is someone who has the capability of doing the work around determining whether a project would in fact meet the claims of reduction of greenhouse gases. We're talking about, again, we're talking about the piece around if a project makes a claim to be able to prove that claim. And I think the idea is that there are organizations out there that can do this type of work, so that instead of having it be in-house, you know, it would go off somewhere so that there was no conflict of interest.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Fay, for your testimony. I have a question. You used the plural for greenhouse gases. Is there a list of gases that would be looked at under this rule and regulation?
It's a good question. I didn't have a specific list in mind. I think the department would know which greenhouse gases were the most impactful.
Okay, I mean, is the department going to testify on this bill?
I believe they are.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Representative Fay? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much. Let's welcome Senator Bennett and offer him an opportunity to introduce himself.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you. I am Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Western Maine in the Maine Senate, in Cumberland and Oxford counties in the beautiful foothills and lakes region. Thank you.
Welcome. And next up, we have Mr. Livesay from the DEP. Welcome. Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday, everyone. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, committee members. I'm Nick Livesay, the Director of the Bureau of Land Resources within the department. And I'm here today to speak neither for nor against LD 1545. Climate change is the single biggest environmental challenge we face. Presently, under site law, greenhouse gas emissions are addressed by requiring applicants to obtain all required air emission licenses. This bill would expand the department's review beyond air licensing considerations and would require additional evaluation of how greenhouse gas emissions associated with a subset of development that requires review under site law. This type of development that falls into this subset would be established by the department through rulemaking, and similarly, all the accompanying standards would be developed through rulemaking as well. The department's neutral stance in this bill reflects our uncertainty about what is envisioned and how what is envisioned might be effectuated in policy, benefit the environment, and affect permit applicants. For example, we have a couple of questions. What emissions are intended to be captured? For the types of development subject to the new requirements, the developer must submit a report to the department that identifies all sources of greenhouse gas emissions associated with the proposed development. Does this capture emissions from operation of the development, emissions during construction, emissions associated with vehicles traveling to and from the development, and/or offsite emissions associated with the development, for example, with manufacturing the building materials for production of energy used on the site? Another question we have, what is the regulatory end that is sought? Or another way of thinking about this is, what is the statutory standard? Portions of the bill indicate the goal is to minimize the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the development, while others require a developer to demonstrate to the department's satisfaction and with quantifiable data how the proposed development will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These sound similar, but likely would be carried out differently in policy. A minimization standard might require an applicant to demonstrate that it has minimized the emissions to the greatest practical extent through the use of best available emission control technologies or best management practices. A requirement to demonstrate an emission reduction requires establishment of a baseline, which is not identified in the bill, and then measurement against this baseline, a different and potentially more complicated process. These are not questions that cannot be answered, but are questions that warrant further consideration at the legislative phase as opposed to being deferred to rulemaking. With a clear understanding of what is intended, a more fulsome evaluation of the legislation would be possible, a better framework for rulemaking would be established, and a better understanding of the resources needed to implement the new regulations would be possible. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now or later on at work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Livesay. Are there any questions for the DEP? Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Livesay, wouldn't it be maybe easier to identify carbon reductions by the type of building material? So it would, instead of having to make that baseline, you might just say, that you're using better building material that has less carbon footprint, for example. Would that make it? Would that be something? I'm just trying to make it easier, because this baseline does seem to be a problem. How do you say where you were and where you're going? So do you think there's an alternative way of doing this?
I think there is, and even before we get to that, there's a question of what is this that we're trying to achieve. Is it? And I tried to highlight that in my testimony, and I think there are multiple concepts that are being drawn out in this bill, and I'm getting a little better sense of maybe what the intent was. But one is, are we trying just to require the qualifying developments to do what they can to minimize either their carbon footprint or emissions? And those are sort of two different things and to be worked out. And I think to your point, I think you were suggesting an evaluation more of sort of carbon footprint, overall impact of the development. And so one way to do that, and certainly a simpler way, I think, is through, in your example, building material requirements, or requiring somebody to use certain technologies that are known to help minimize emissions. That's a simpler process, certainly, than one that requires establishment of a baseline and then maybe some sort of modeling or all kinds of assumptions about to quantify emissions. That would certainly be more complicated.
So it also gives you the opportunity for incentivizing the use of such products somehow.
Yes. I mean, you'd build on that to incentivize, certainly.
Thank you.
Representative Hanley?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Livesey. You raised every question that was in my head with your testimony. Very good. I think listening to the conversation just a moment ago, I think couldn't a lot of these issues be addressed, and aren't they already addressed in building codes and all of those other things that go in to energy management and
well,
controls?
Certainly there are building codes that we have today, and I'm not an expert in them. And in Maine, they apply to the larger communities. I think it's triggered by population size. And so those codes do get to things like, in addition to basic health and safety, some efficiency type standards and materials, I think to some degree. That's, as I understand and sort of interpret this bill, if this bill is intended to get into the carbon footprint type thing, the relationship between building codes kind of would cover a small sliver, perhaps, of what I think is intended to be covered here. So it'd be a subset.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Livesey, I have a question for you. What could you even project would be the cost of this kind of a program for the department in terms of staffing? And
yeah, I mean, we preliminarily talked about that. And so I can give you some example, but it really depends in large part on what's intended here, the level of work that would be required. So if we're in a situation where we're receiving quantifiable data about emissions reductions, and so this would obviously be involve some sort of modeling or assumptions that would be built into it, because when you're projecting how something would go in the future, it's not a certainty. That would require, I would imagine, multiple additional staff that deal with emissions and modeling and evaluation of that. We don't have that capacity today, for sure. And even on the land permitting side, we currently don't get into independently evaluating air emissions impacts. That's left basically to the folks in the air bureau who issue air licenses. And then we make sure that applicants understand their obligation to get air licenses, which they may not in all instances. And so there's certainly value in the land staff discussing that with them, but we don't have staff that would deal with us on the permitting end. So I would imagine that depending on the scope of what's envisioned here. It could be, you know, multiple staff members, 3 or 4 staff members, or we might have to contract with experts if it got highly technical in terms of evaluating claims of emissions reductions, if that were the case. And I guess on the emissions reduction, one thing that's helpful, I think, to note, the way that site law works in most of the regulatory programs that we administer through a permitting process is you have a regulatory standard. The department evaluates whether somebody meets that standard, and if they meet the standards, they're entitled to a permit. It's their permit, and we don't evaluate sort of claims of, say, emissions reduction if it's not germane to a particular standard. And so, if there's interest in sort of making sure that statements made by applicants in the public sphere, sort of in the PR realm, are accurate, that's probably something that's better suited outside of site law and a regulatory program and more in a, you know, a truth in lending type format, but now into environmental statements.
Like whether your oatmeal prevents heart disease, that kind of thing.
Right. I mean, we don't. I think it's important to convey that at the department, when we're reviewing projects, we're really focused on the application and the record material before us, and we do our best to tune out the PR battles that may or may not be going on, and sort of that discourse, which may or may not be based on standards that we apply, and may and may not be based on facts and our understanding of a project, for that matter too. So those are sort of 2 separate things, and I think it's a better regulatory process when the regulatory agency is sort of focused on the standards and the facts, and all the other stuff is kept somewhere else.
Are there other states that use the site law as a way to evaluate greenhouse gas emissions projects like this?
I think so site law is a unique law to Maine. Okay. It's not a law that the state adopted, for instance, pursuant to a federal statute. Mm-hmm. So there are other states for sure that have environmental permitting standards, and they're triggered in a various number of different ways. I think Vermont's like Act 250, and it's a complicated beast in and of itself that looks at lots of things. So I'm sure that there are states that have environmental programs or permitting requirements. They're probably wrestling with the same things we are. How do you integrate climate change consideration into statutory schemes that were developed long before we were thinking about these things? And so I don't have any examples for you. The framework we have with site law certainly accommodates, or would accommodate, increased focus on this type of impact as it's structured today. So, for example, if the legislature were to do nothing with this bill, and the department in looking at the work that comes out of the climate change group, and we're certainly going to be reviewing the applicable statutes and our rules, and the legislature did nothing, we have sort of the tools already to say, geez, we have the ability to look at the impacts to air quality, and we think we need to be doing that in a different way in light of concerns about climate change. And we could, through rulemaking, come up with all kinds of programs that people could fight about, and you guys would have a chance to probably look at in a major substantive rulemaking context. But that framework does exist, and site law is a great tool for that. And some people have some good foresight in putting it together, I guess.
Okay, that's helpful. Representative Hanley.
Thank you, Senator. I'm back again. As I listen, I get more questions in my head. Are you aware, because of the emergency nature of this bill, are you aware of any projects that this bill is directed at?
So as I read the bill, it says within the suite of projects that are captured by site law, the department through rulemaking would have to identify the subset that would apply, that would be captured. And then once captured, what that would mean would still need to be worked out. So one, I'm not aware of this bill I've not talked with the sponsor, but I don't get the sense in reading it that there's a particular project or group of projects that are out there now that this is focusing on. I think this is really more reflective of a recognition that it's important to think about climate change. And this I view as sort of a very early attempt to think about that, not target a project. And I think the fact that we are at such an early stage in the thinking shows through in some of the questions that committee members have had and that we have had about how do these pieces in the bill actually fit together and what's intended. And I think with more fleshing out of what's intended, then maybe the wording could be worked on.
Another, if I may, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Also, the sponsor mentioned gases in the plural. Are you, and does your department have an indication that you're looking at more than one type of greenhouse gas in this legislation?
Well, greenhouse gas, it's actually a defined term, I think, and the term, I had some help here from eager listeners, but it's in Title 38, Section 574. And so that actually defines gases it includes, but it's not limited to. So it's not, I'm not reading the whole definition here. Includes, but not limited to carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbons, and sulfur hexafluoride. I'm glad the list didn't get longer because they got more complicated as I went down it.
Is water vapor included in that?
Excuse me?
Is water vapor included in that list, do you think?
No, I didn't see water vapor in the list there.
All right.
But anyway, it is a defined term. And now we're straying out of my wheelhouse here a little bit, but
Okay.
It is a defined term.
Okay, so this could really be a broad-reaching assignment for the department, couldn't it?
I think when I look at the bill and think about the different permutations that it could take and how it might go, we certainly have lots of questions about how it would work. I don't think that our concern, about what is and isn't a greenhouse gas is sort of at the top of our list of things that need to be worked through.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I was looking in multiple directions. You appeared in a new square on my box. And
Representative Ziegler.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we move around a lot. It's to keep us healthy. So this bill to me seems like it has two parts, and one part doesn't seem to really be applicable to your agency, and that's the idea of false advertising. And there were third-party entities, and this was done. The London group looked at greenhouse emissions earlier. So there are available third parties, but would another agency be more its purview in regards to the false advertising that a developer may use than DEP? And what I'm trying to come up to is should this bill be separated into two parts?
That's a good question. And I think that there are these two parts is something that's become evident to me just in listening to Representative Fay, quite frankly. I did not tease that out of the language on my own. When it comes to sort of independent verification of claims of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, as I said earlier, I certainly don't think that that's something that the people writing permits should be pulled into, whether it's somebody in the department or another department. Maybe it should be another department. I think the challenge that any entity is going to find is that with a big project, there are so many assumptions that go into the claims that there's a couple ways to evaluate a claim of emission reduction. One is to do your own evaluation, and you're going to make your own assumptions based on what you think is reasonable, not you individually, but the reviewing entity, and then compare your number with their number. That's one way. Another way is to say, all right, I'm going to look at applicant's claim, and are the assumptions that they made reasonable? And there's a whole lot of work that goes into all of this, and there's you're almost guaranteed with something that's this complex to have the ability to come up with different numbers that are both justifiable. And so I guess my concern about, I think when we're evaluating projects along those lines, if we try to be too fine with our quantification, I think we're just going to have dueling numbers, and there's not going to be a lot of value to the public in understanding sort of at a bigger scale, is this a positive thing or a bad thing? And we're going to get sidetracked with arguing about numbers. I'm not sure if there's value to that or not. And I'm happy to stay out of that, and don't think that as a permitter, we should be involved in that.
Any additional questions for Mr. Livesey? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for spending time with us on Friday. And
You're welcome. Thank you.
answering questions. Okay, so looking over to the attendee space, we'll bring in the Honorable Tom Saviello next. Good morning.
I
Thank you
decided you guys look like Hollywood squares.
That's right. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on, and thanks for taking your time to deal with this bill. I appreciate it. Am I ready to go? All right.
We're ready when you are.
All right. Well, good morning, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker, my good friend, and distinguished members of this committee. I am Tom Saviello. I am appearing in front of you representing myself, sitting in my easy chair in Wilton. I am, as you well know, a recovering politician, and I had the pleasure of serving on this committee for 9 years. And yes, I owe you a treat, but I will pay up once you guys come in full time. I think this is the first time I've appeared in front of you this year. I believe climate change is real, and I applaud this administration and this committee for their efforts to combat this situation. It's interesting, as I support this bill, I'm a bit of an historian, because in the 121st legislature, my first time there, LD 845 passed, which is an act to provide leadership in addressing the threat of climate change. This original bill, when it was written, had a section to Part 1, which said it was about new sources of greenhouse gases. A developer of any major project that requires a permit from the department that produces a new source of greenhouse gases shall submit a report identifying the source to the department. The department, by rule, shall identify the types of development projects that require a report of this pursuit. Unfortunately, probably politically, it was removed at the time. And this bill, I hope, the first part of it would put that back in again. I think if the state is serious about climate change, I believe this requirement will go a long way for help us determine the impacts of certain development projects. I do hear and expect that it might be considered to be expensive. I don't think so, because I think at the end of the day, and I think whoever touched on it before about construction materials will find that if you do some homework, it may cost you a little more in the beginning, but it'll save you a whole bunch at the end because of energy savings. The second part of the bill, I think, as Representative Fay said, is to address the resolve you did pass last year, LD 640, which was to look at the real reductions of greenhouse gases from the Central Maine Power Corridor. This corridor purports to reduce greenhouse gases. However, this bill is not about the corridor. In fact, I don't believe in any way it will affect the corridor. It affects future projects like that. And I think it's much more than a PR situation, because the Department of Environmental Protection is required to protect the environment. This is an environmental issue. So if people are going out saying that there are all kinds of savings from greenhouse gases, we need a third party to approve it. And that's pretty much what Brownie's bill did at the time. Unfortunately, it died because we couldn't get third party, get enough votes in the legislature. I would just want to address a couple things I think already addresses. Which sources? I think it's well defined. As Nick pretty much pointed out to you, it's in statute. I believe we put that in 1845. I think the concept of which kind of projects, I think it is a life cycle, although I wouldn't go off so much of the offsite type of stuff, like how were the 2x4s made for the particular project. To me, the goal is to reduce greenhouse gases. And I think it's up to the department to define some of those things. These are concerns that I think you can address and must be if we're serious about climate change and the action to be taken. And I urge you to pass this bill. And I also will be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee?
Paige, I like your tie.
Representative Tucker has a question for you.
Uh-oh.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Representative.
The phrase in the bill talks about minimizing greenhouse gases associated with development. So are we talking about the greenhouse gases associated with the construction of the project? Or are we talking about more global things, such as whether the project will have any effect on greenhouse gases globally?
I think it's both. I think when you look at part one, which is specific to a project, so let's just I was going to build a manufacturing facility, and I was going to minimize insulation. I was going to do it on the cheap as best I could. This might turn around and say, no, we need to look at what that impact is, that we think it should be built this way because we don't want those gases. So it's project specific, but then you have projects that come in and purport to make all these big greenhouse savings. So many cars are going to be gone and so forth and so on. That needs to be proven. I think someone mentioned the LEI report was put together by the quarter. Remember, there's 2 paragraphs that talk about greenhouse gases in that related to 85-page report. It didn't cover it. It didn't look at it specifically. So it would go in and look at a broader perspective. And I think if you looked at Brownie's bill, it was not going to look on the narrow slip of what happens in Maine and Massachusetts. It would have gone beyond that to see what the total impacts on greenhouse gases would have been. So it's both, I think, Representative.
So this would then, my second question is, does it apply to all projects or only projects where a claim is made of greenhouse gas saving?
Good question. I think that's got to be defined a little bit. And it's been a long time since I've been involved in projects related to site location, but I think you'd have to define that. What's important, Representative, is that it has to be in statute, because as much as Nick said that we can do it with what's written out there, I can tell you that when we asked the question on the NECEC about greenhouse gases, we were not allowed to put that into the record. In fact, the DEP director of the permitting process would not allow that in his testimony. So I think you got to put it there so that it can be done. It gives them the authority to go do the rulemaking, blending all of this stuff together.
Okay, so you do think it has that expansive interpretation?
I think so. I think you can narrow it.
Secondary global effects.
Yeah, I think yes, I think it's got to be looked at all the way, because you're basically saying in the case of the NECEC, it's going to have this impact in Massachusetts and Maine. But what happens if they rerouted the gas, didn't have enough hydropower and therefore had to turn a coal plant on in New York State? So any changes that you would have had to the positive get negated by the using of those gases. That was never considered and never answered under oath.
I just wanted to clarify that was how you would interpret this bill. Thank you.
But I leave it up to you guys to interpret any way you want to. As you know, you're in charge.
Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Yes, and Senator I'm thinking Representative Tucker took some of the wind out of my sails, but if we have these 2 parts, if a project doesn't advertise that they're going to reduce greenhouse gases, but are there red flags that the DEP could see just by looking at the project that immediately that would make them, concerned? Do you have a list of red flags? And you can't get out of this that easy. You can't just delegate it to us. Come on, you're still putting in your input.
You guys have been on the committee with me. I know you all. You can do the work. There's clearly there, Representative. I hadn't thought about it that way. So that would be something that would be worth a discussion. And you all know me. I'd be more than glad to help you work through this if that's something you want me to do. I'm retired. I got nothing else to do other than put bark in my gardens. How come you didn't say you were glad to see me like you said to Jessica? That's concerning to me, Paige. I'm only kidding. Good to see you, Jeff, too.
I have to say, if I may, Senator,
Yeah.
I'm almost glad to see you. No, I am glad to see you. And I see you in EUT more than ENR right now.
You guys, it's a great committee. It was when I was there, and you continue to do great work, and it's much appreciated in these times.
Representative Bloom has a question for you.
Senator Saviello,
Yes, Representative Bloom.
it's so good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm actually being very sincere about that, but I want to
you.
make sure I gushed a little bit. The problem I have with this bill is something that was brought up by Nick Livesey about the baseline. How do you establish a reduction if you don't have a baseline for each project? That's not very difficult.
Well, keep in mind, I see this bill as a progression.
Okay.
As I think about it, when I heard that question, it may be that we don't have a baseline, is that a baseline gets developed over time. The rules are dynamic, and they develop over time as we get more information, because you're at the beginning stages. Let me go back and say in 2003, had we put that particular section in the law at that time, you would have ample baseline to work off of. We don't have that. So this might be something that they don't have a baseline. It's an information gathering, and it starts to build up, and they're justified in doing so because it's in statute.
I see. Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't talk at all about whether I'm pleased to see you or not, but I will ask you a question. Mr. Saviello, Senator Saviello. I missed the front part of the introduction of this bill by the sponsor, and she may have addressed it a bit, but there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions in this bill. And I do think the department raises legitimate concerns about the kind of not fleshing out some of these at a statutory level, legislative level. One of which that I see, it seems to me that it relies far too much, if you accept the premise of the bill, it relies too much on the developer's own statements rather than some sort of third party. I mean, there's a couple of lines in there that suggest that it's up to the developer to determine these things, and then the department reacts to that determination. And it seems like it's rife with potential dysfunction at best, if that's the standard. Do you have any comment about that?
Yeah, I think that's related to the first bill, and it kind of relates to the question that I just kind of responded to, is that that's the beginning of gathering this information. It's not gatherable now. It gathers, and then it comes in, and the department keeps a record of it. And so they can even react, say if they have two similar projects come in, one said they did this, one said they did that. Maybe they don't have the teeth this time, but over time you get to develop that with where you can set some baselines for what's allowable and what's not allowable.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a simple bill. I don't disagree with you at all, but this is something we've got to do.
Yeah. So the basic premise is that we take society's need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we drill it down to an individual project level in this, as suggested in this bill. And we try to do some sort of assessment as to what the project is, netting in terms of greenhouse gas in a very complex and complicated world where, when the butterfly flaps its wings in China, what happens to the East Coast hurricanes? That is the challenge, right? And this bill seems to be biting off a lot. And I wonder how much is actually knowable, by a developer, by the DEP, or by any authority.
I think there may be a lot of data on that. We have something called, I think it's called LEED building, where it's least you minimize your environmental footprint. A great example is the Poland Springs. There are examples out there, but if you don't put it into statute, there'll be no requirement for the organization that's building this to do it. I mean, what happened under the Central Maine Power Project, as I said, when we tried to bring up this as an issue, we were told it's not in statute, it's not applicable to the site location permitting process. So if you don't put it someplace that has some teeth to make that data gathering take place, you're not going to have that information this year, next year, or into the future.
Well, and as we've seen with the Central Maine Power Corridor issue, the way that the laws and rules are enforced by people who have a political agenda can be part of the problem as well. Thank
Isn't
you.
that so?
Isn't that so? Yes. I was glad that Paige, you practiced that. That was good. Isn't that so?
Are there additional questions for Senator Saviello this morning? All right, now that we've had a nice love fest with you.
Yeah, thank you. And
Appreciation.
Senator, I would be more than glad to help if I can be of any assistance. You and Ralph know how to get in touch with me. I'll be glad to help.
Thank you. And I hope your mulching efforts go well. You'll be sequestering carbon in your soil with those efforts. So thank you for that.
Correct. I will do that. I will enjoy myself. It's my brain relaxation.
All right.
See ya. Thank you.
Take care. And next up is Susan Eli. Good morning and welcome. You'll want to turn your video on and your camera on.
Good morning. Apologies, my mouse on my computer just suddenly decided to stop working, so I'm navigating slowly. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, distinguished members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Sue Ely. I'm a staff attorney at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I am pleased to testify today in support of LD 1545, an act regarding greenhouse gas emissions and reductions associated with significant development projects. I've appreciated the conversation that I've been able to listen to. I think that the important piece of this legislation is that Maine is facing an enormous task. We have made a promise to decrease greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030 and 80% by 2050 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. This is a race, and there is no one single silver bullet that's going to help the state get there. It is actually the butterfly piece. It's every single decision that the state makes has to be moving in that same direction. It's imperative that we make every single incremental change that we possibly can. And so I think that this bill is a step in the right direction. And I actually think it's not quite big enough, but I think it's an excellent first step, which is with a major development project, whether they make a promise of greenhouse gas reductions or not, before that project is approved, we should be asking the question of what is the greenhouse gas impact? Does it help us achieve our climate mandate? And if not, how can that project be modified to move us in the right direction? Every decision that we make needs to be asking that question. And that's what, at bottom, that's what this bill is getting at. And so I will leave it there. I have longer testimony that I submitted, but this bill is a step in the right direction, and I would encourage us to support it.
Thank you, Ms. Ely. And your written testimony is on the website, so it's available for everyone. Any questions? Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Ms. Ely. Just a question about, seems to be a little undefined, maybe I'm missing it, but as to what size projects would qualify. And you mentioned that major projects, what would you like to see this cover? Where's the line between projects that are covered by this statute and those that aren't?
You know, I don't know that I have a ready answer, but we could put forward a suggestion for the work session.
Yeah, and also the what is the dimension? The dimension, right? So you've got, I mean, money. Is it the cost of the project? Is it the amount of acres disturbed, or what? You know, there's just like a whole way of determining whether something's major or not. Thank you.
Well, we have statutory. Sorry, Can I
No,
respond?
no, please go ahead.
We have, we have some statutory places that we could look, and I'd love to think on it a little bit more and get back to you. But it also does seem to be that there are certain types of projects that are going to have much more significant greenhouse gas impacts, whether they're beneficial or harmful, than other projects. And so perhaps that's the place to start looking.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And next up is Sandra Howard. Welcome, Ms. Howard.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable chairpersons and members of the ENR committee. My name is Sandra Howard. I serve as the director of Say No to NECEC based out of Caratunk. We are a grassroots 501c3 working to advocate for environment protection in the Western Mountains of Maine. Of course, as you can imagine, we're opposed to the CMP corridor. And today I'm here to urge the ENR committee to support LD 1545. As a former resident of Raymond, I appreciate Representative Fay for sponsoring this bill. In 2019, I testified in front of this body in support of LD 640, Senator Brownie Carson's bill, which would have addressed the many unanswered questions regarding the validity of Hydro-Quebec and CMP's energy claims. Those corporations spent more money in hiring an army of 30 lobbyists to kill that bill than it would have cost to actually fund the independent study to provide concrete answers about the project's true environmental impacts. Another oversight in the process of looking at the CMP corridor occurred at the DEP when the agency refused to include the topic of climate change in the review criteria of CMP site application for the NECEC project, which in turn impacted the Army Corps review when they neglected to conduct a comprehensive environmental impact statement. So in the proceedings, CMP's attorney filed a letter to the DEP that asserted that NECEC's purpose was not to address climate change and that it was focused on the delivery of 1,200 megawatts of power from Quebec to Massachusetts. So in response to your discussion earlier this morning with your pending work session, please keep in mind that all large development projects should have this analysis conducted, and not just the developers who claim a project relates to climate change. Because now, as we see in the media, reducing climate change is CMP's biggest marketing statement, all the while being in direct conflict with their filed claims at approval agencies. So whose responsibility is it to determine the viability of a project as it relates to the existential threat of climate change? Well, it's everyone's responsibility, and we need the legislature to require these independent climate impact investigations occur, and that developers are held responsible for their role in reducing greenhouse gases at the global level, and not just use a slick media campaign to greenwash projects to garner public support. Development projects and their global climate impacts need to be supported by the data and thoroughly reviewed by approval agencies, not just evaluated by a newspaper editor who elects to endorse an op-ed from a foreign corporation's marketing executive. The true environmental impact and other global climate change questions associated with the CMP corridor remain today because Hydro-Quebec has still never appeared before a regulatory body to provide this evidence. Now, although LD 1545 does not apply to the NECEC project, it would require companies who make plans to carry out major development projects in Maine in the future to first substantiate their greenhouse gas emissions and related environmental claims. Mainers deserve to have reliable evidence, and for the NECEC project, they simply don't, because there was never a non-biased comprehensive environmental analysis conducted. So we ask the ENR committee members to support LD 1545 to ensure that the gaps revealed in the review of the CMP corridor project are corrected for future development projects in Maine. And thank you so much to all of you for your service on this committee.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Howard? Senator Bennett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Ms. Howard, you know, I think you share my view that the CMP corridor project has exposed a lot of things that are wrong with our polity and our power structure here in Maine. And I just wonder about, this. I support the goals of this bill. I worry about its effective implementation, given the fact that I believe that there was and continues to be a substantial amount of fraud on the people of Maine, perpetrated by the people who are trying to push this corridor across us. And I just wonder if some of that is in fact, I think, coming from the government itself. And here you have a developer in this bill working with an agency of government. And I just wonder, is this going to eliminate the fraud?
Well, I think what CMP claims in the public media campaign is in direct conflict with what they have filed officially under sworn testimony in the approval agencies. I think, there's a huge debate about that project. And, the group that I represent, we have an eclectic mix. We're nonpartisan, we're member funded. But I think if this project, the corridor project, was truly going to benefit the environment, then CMP wouldn't have been afraid for that study to be conducted. And perhaps with the results of an independent analysis, they may have garnered more support because of the findings. And we simply don't have those findings. And I would suspect that these kinds of development projects will continue to be proposed in Maine. And this is a topic that's on a lot of people's minds, as it should be. So people want irrefutable evidence that's not submitted by the applicant, that's not submitted by a firm that has a potential bias. And so when we think about the PUC, the analysis that was done there for the CMP corridor project, it only looked at regional greenhouse gas emissions. And so when you have a project like the corridor, that would be a market shift project, trading energy from one region to another, really looking at a regional greenhouse gas shift isn't looking at the comprehensive global impact, because we know that Hydro-Quebec would have to backfill their energy with fossil fuels. So I think, thank you very much for entertaining this bill and the idea of providing Mainers with unbiased information.
I appreciate that, but just to drill down a little bit back to my question, which is about government. Here, the DEP being the referee, if you will, about and substantiating claims that a developer is going to make, and the potential bias of DEP, and also the fact that there doesn't seem that there's any penalties in this bill that I could see if people continue with fraud on the market.
Well, the topic of climate change came up when they established the review criteria for this project back in 2018. We just heard from Sue Ely, who was part of that discussion. And so the DEP said, no, CMP told us it's not going to address climate change. So we're not going to put that criteria in our review. And so they were looking at the applicant to tell them whether or not that determination needed to be made. So this is where a governmental agency is putting more credence on an applicant's bias versus having a set standard. And I think, this bill, like Tom was talking about, this bill has the potential of helping establish a baseline. That would be a uniform approach for projects that your body determines of a certain magnitude, and not just waiting to see if the applicant puts one sentence in their application saying it does or it doesn't impact climate change, because they could easily get an out if they say it's not going to impact climate change and skip a whole rigorous and necessary review.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughtful testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the committee have a question for Ms. Howard? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Senator.
I don't see any more hands up in the attendee space for folks that are here to speak in favor of the legislation. Oh, there's one. Francis Weld. Okay, so if you're here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could make sure to raise your hand so we can plan accordingly. Welcome.
Hi,
Whoops.
good morning.
You were there and then you're not.
Uh-oh.
You want to turn your camera on. There you are.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm a resident of Northeast Harbor, and I am testifying today urging you to vote ought to pass on LD 1545. If we are to take the governor's climate initiative seriously, and we must, we can no longer pursue a business as usual approach to economic development. Bigger is not necessarily better. Jobs should not be pursued at all costs. We need to step away from a simply extractive economy and focus on value adds that do not come at the cost of damaging the environment. The main environment, after all, is its enduring hallmark. We should require any permit applicant and/or recipient of state funding who intends to establish operations above a certain energy use or carbon emission threshold to submit a comprehensive carbon footprint analysis that encompasses both primary and secondary emissions. Further, these applicants should be required to reduce their climate profile, again below a stated threshold, or they should be denied approval. Failure to curb the climate impact of large commercial concerns probably spells the failure of the climate action plan. Take, for example, the current push for development in industrial scale finfish aquaculture. There are 5 massive projects currently advancing through the permitting process. If approved, they will collectively emit carbon through electricity use and generation, truck and boat traffic, etc., equivalent to somewhere between 5 and 10% of the state's total carbon output. This is the first wave of development in just one sector. More is on the way. We need to put climate guardrails in place now if our climate goals are to be attainable. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weld. Are there any questions for Mr. Weld this morning from the committee? All right, thanks for joining us. Next up is Dick Atlee. Welcome, Mr. Atlee. Mr. Atlee, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Sorry for that flub there. So, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, my name is Dick Atlee and I live in Southwest Harbor. Thank you for the opportunity to express support for LD 1545, an act regarding greenhouse gas emissions and reductions associated with significant development projects. This bill focuses on greenhouse gas emissions. These are appropriately a major focus of much thinking about climate change, particularly related to atmospheric warming and ocean acidification. However, they are not the only source of warming. We're all aware that a major driver of this bill is the misnamed Hydro-Quebec CMP NECEC project, and a clear scientific case has already been made about the failure of this project to provide a net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. However, what has been largely ignored in this discussion has been the part of Hydro-Quebec's contribution to both atmospheric and ocean warming that is unrelated to greenhouse gas emissions. The normal flow pattern of water in the Quebec rivers is a severely reduced flow during the winter as water accumulates as snow, followed by a heavy flow of cold water in the spring as the snow melts. However, the need for electrical energy for heating is highest in the winter. So one of the main aspects of a large power generation dam is to alter this flow pattern to make available the desired energy in the winter by retaining the heavy spring flow in the behind dam reservoir and allowing it to remain there until it can be released during the winter. This makes sense from a kinetic energy point of view, but during the summer, the cold snow water caught in the reservoir warms up. The impact of the eventual release of this higher temperature water on the river and its surrounding environment is significant, as is its impact on the marine environment into which it flows, in this case, James Bay and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. In areas where there is ice, the resulting under ice plumes melt the ice more quickly, contributing to the feedback loop in which the white reflectivity of ice gives way to the dark surface of water that absorbs solar heat radiation. In areas where there is no ice, the warm, fresh water alters the temperature salinity characteristics of the marine environment, with an impact on ocean current patterns, which also affects the temperature. This has created hotspots in various parts of the world, but particularly in the Arctic and North Atlantic, where the preponderance of large dams are located. As we consider the greenhouse gas aspects of projects such as the NECEC, it's also worth broadening our focus to take in the other impacts they have on climate change. Thank you. And I would also reference for people who are interested in the research that has led to this particular view of the subject, the Friends of Sebago Lake at friendsofsebagolake.org have done a very good job of accumulating that over time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atlee. Are there any questions this morning for Mr. Atlee from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Mr. Atlee is the last person I have listed to testify in favor. If there's anyone else in the attendee space here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand. I don't see any. So next we'll move on to those that are here to speak in opposition. And I don't see any. And so next up, it'll be those that are here to speak neither for nor against. And I'm not seeing any. So that ends our public hearing on LD 1545. And next up, we open a public hearing for LD 1567, an act to equitably fund Maine's climate change mitigation efforts. And we will bring in Representative Kessler to introduce his legislation. Welcome, Representative. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay. Just a quick disclaimer. I may experience some technical difficulties this morning. I'm Zooming on 2 devices because the processors are not that great while my main laptop gets prepared. So good morning, ENR committee members, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker. I feel like this is the sister committee to EUT. We share the analysts and share the same goals. And so I'm glad to be before you this morning. I would disregard, if you're looking at my written testimony that I submitted, just close your tab. I'm not going to be reading from it. What I have to say, I think, is really more important in terms of explaining the background of this bill and why I introduced it. So one of my main motivations is to increase the pace of weatherization in the state. And I've been trying for the past 3 years now to get state funding to a level in which we can meet the state's weatherization goals. And we have, in the Climate Council report, we have set the goal of weatherizing an additional 17,500 homes by 2025 and more so after that. And Efficiency Maine achieves this funding for the program through various means, but how Efficiency Maine typically works very simply is that they get money from electric ratepayers and natural gas ratepayers. We all pay a small fee on our bills to go towards efficiency. And so the way that they use their pot of money, the electricity surcharge goes towards electricity conservation, same with gas. In the heating fuels and weatherization fund, there is a provision written in there for a fee on heating oil, but as a legislature, we have never placed a fee on that to fund the reduction of the use of those fuels. And this has been the case for since Efficiency Maine was founded over a decade ago. So in my efforts as a legislator to address this problem, I have introduced bills in the last legislature that went down in flames, and also trying like heck to do that this session, and this is one of those bills. So it's really important to understand that Maine is extremely dependent on heating oil and fossil fuels. And not only are we dependent on that to just fuel our basic infrastructure, but all of that money, over $5 billion of Maine's hard-earned money, leaves the state every year. We don't keep it here, and that gets into our home heating infrastructure, transportation, all the stuff that we've been wrestling with for years. But also, we've been extremely dependent on the federal government to bail us out every decade to meet our basic infrastructure needs. In 2009, we had ARA, and the state received an influx of money to deal with weatherization there. As you see right now with the American Rescue Plan, we are using that money to finally make needed investments in broadband, which we know has been lacking for many years in rural Maine. And so planning for the future requires that we invest in our future. And I see investing in infrastructure as majorly important, and housing and energy is really core infrastructure. So to give you a little bit of context of what we need to meet that weatherization goal, the goal is an additional 17,500 homes by 2025. And as I explained how Efficiency Maine is funded, because we haven't had that full money to go towards that program, we've been taking from other sources like the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and the Forward Capacity Market. And as we all know, we're all wrestling over those funds too to fund projects like Representative O'Connor. She had a bill about solar recycling, and we hear various bills in EUT to fund projects with that money as well. Last session, we took some of that money that went towards weatherization, and now we're using it all for heat pumps now. So we keep wrestling for what I view as crumbs for the scale of the problem that we face, which is reaching a decarbonized economy that is also in that process doing so in an equitable way that is not going to harm Maine's poorest. And as a reminder, over 10% of our state lives in poverty. That is completely unacceptable. So we have to keep these things in mind when we are looking at raising taxes, creating new programs, what impact that's going to have on Maine's most vulnerable. So in order to reach that 17,500 goal, right now we're spending about $3 million per year with RGGI money. We need to spend an additional $12 million per year to do that. And so this is where this bill comes into play here. So one thing that I have to also put out there is that I didn't write this bill. I was actually extremely hesitant to introduce this bill because I know that increasing any fees or taxes is it's a political hot potato, and I want to make sure that we're not creating a political mess and fueling a fire that's just going to be used for campaigns in 2022. I really want us to tackle this problem. All of us put our heads together for a truly logical solution here. So this particular fund, I learned this week that the DEP is actually expecting a revenue shortfall in the coming years. And so that throws a little bit of a wrench into this bill because, of course, cleanup and preventing environmental disaster is majorly important. And that's what this fund is primarily used for. And this particular bill takes what has historically been returned or shut off and just channels the leftover money to a climate mitigation fund. So where we can actually fund these projects sustainably into the future rather than depending on the federal government to do it for us, or to try to think of some other magical tax scheme that is impossible to get implemented in the legislature. So, and for some perspective here too, in order to fully fund just weatherization to the scale that we need, that 12 million could be taken care of with 4.5 cents per gallon of just heating oil. So that would mean for the average house that burns about 800 gallons, that would be about an extra $35 per year. And so that's just an example of what would be required. And you can say that is not that much, but it may be a lot to a household that struggles to provide for themselves and pay the bills, which goes again to really needing to look at this in an equitable way and how can we craft a policy that's going to insulate, no pun intended, those who can least afford it. So this bill needs time. And we all can see right now that the session is pretty hot and heavy now, and our workloads are just exponentially increasing. And I would request that this committee consider allowing this as a carryover bill so stakeholders can have more time to work on it and have a policy that is fair. And but it's very important to just understand that this has just been a sacred cow that has been untouched. And I think it's long past time that the burden of investing in energy efficiency, investing in the infrastructure that we need to respond to our changing climate and decarbonization should be borne by all. And it's primarily borne by electric ratepayers right now. This particular fuel source needs to do more to pitch in. So I appreciate you listening to my heartfelt testimony, improvised, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Kessler. Does the committee have any questions for Representative Kessler? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And next up, we'll bring Sherry Kelly over from the DEP. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. So excuse me, but I can read through my testimony. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Environmental and Natural Resources. I am Sherry Kelly, the Director for the Resource Administration Division within the Department of Environmental Protection. I was providing testimony in opposition of LD 1567. I can certainly read through my testimony, which essentially talks a lot about what the fund is for and what our current state of finance is, which was discussed a few minutes ago regarding the fact that we are actually in a little bit of trouble right now. We're looking at likely going into the red in the next couple of years, and what we've got budgeted, what our operational expenses are. Again, I can read through all of my testimony, but it sounds like I don't need to convince anybody that we have a funding issue, more that we need to have an understanding that the balance in the account is not really unspent money. It essentially is a bank account where it's a rolling amount in the account that we utilize. We don't receive funding all up front at the beginning of the year. And we have seen a $2 million revenue decline this year, unexpected, having to do with the lack of gasoline and jet fuel into the state. So we've seen a big reduction in fees. And so our current cash balance, or our net operating fund availability right now, is only $4 million. This fund is actually designed so that the minimum fund balance is supposed to be right around $6 million. The fund supports, 64 positions at the department within the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management. The majority of our response staff, that we respond to oil spills, and the balance in this account is absolutely necessary to meet and maintain the department's operational, our emergency needs, all of our planned obligations, being able to clean up sites. And we really can't afford for this to be amended to divert funds, any funds, to another cause, considering the dwindling fund balance that we're experiencing right now.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Are there any questions for Ms. Kelly? Thank you for joining us. Next up, I'd like to invite Michael Stoddard from Efficiency Maine to join us. Welcome, Mr. Stoddard.
Good afternoon, Chair Brenner, Chair Tucker, members of the committee. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to testify today, neither for nor against this bill. We do appreciate Representative Kessler's tireless efforts to find an equitable way to fund weatherization that is so important in our state. I do want to reiterate the targets that he brought forward that came out of the Maine Climate Council's Climate Action Plan, talking about the need to weatherize more homes and businesses in the state. And this has been a long-running challenge for our state and focus of energy efficiency efforts, even since 2007, 8, 9, when folks will remember the price of heating oil increased by more than 300% from what it had been earlier in that decade. And that really got people's attention about how much we as Mainers are paying to heat our homes and how much we can be influenced or impacted by the changes in prices of that. And now, of course, we're all even more aware of the carbon impacts of heating our homes with oil and propane and other fossil fuels. And so for all of those reasons, weatherization is a really, really critical tool in the toolbox. And yet, as Representative Kessler has pointed out, we still don't have a good, sustained, and equitable way to share the costs of paying for that. As he pointed out, the electricity customers of Maine pay for various charges that fund projects to conserve electricity, which then saves us all on the costs of building out and maintaining the electrical grid. And we do something similar with natural gas. But still to this day, there is no equivalent kind of funding revenue source from the fuels of oil or propane or kerosene. And so we recognize that that's a challenge we face in the state, and we continue to work on it. And I was just before this hearing going back and looking at my files from literally 10 years ago or 11 years ago in 2010, when the legislature directed us at the Efficiency Maine to do a study and report back on recommendations on how to sustainably fund weatherization. And even then, there was no consensus on the best way to do it. So we recognize that it's an important need, and it's a very challenging question about how to do it fairly. But the last point I'll make is that over the course of this decade, one of the new revelations we've had is how incredibly valuable and how much incredible potential there is for what we're calling beneficial electrification of our heating systems. And we see it also with vehicles for transportation. This has the opportunity to lower our energy costs in Maine and significantly lower our greenhouse gas emissions by shifting to electrification for heat pumps in the case of heating, or heat pump water heaters in the case of heating water and electric vehicles. But for all of those, it's going to be critical that the price of electricity stay modest and low so that it is affordable. And we're concerned that putting the burden of funding all these programs onto electric ratepayers has some equity problems and is something that this bill has put forward. So we're not taking a position on whether this fund is the right way to go. It sounds like there's some real reasons why this should not be targeted at this time, but we do appreciate the intent of the bill sponsor to try to continue searching for good ways to sustainably and equitably fund our state's weatherization goals. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks.
If there's anyone in the attendee space who's here to speak in favor of LD 1567, if you could raise your hand. All right, Nick Batista. Mr. Batista, I see you listed for our next bill, but I don't have a written testimony for you on LD 1567. Do you?
Nope, I'm here for the sea level rise one.
And that's the next one. So I'm going to send you back over and we'll bring you back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great, sure thing. Stephen Hudson is next.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Stephen Hudson. I am an attorney with the law firm of Purdy Flaherty, here today to provide testimony on behalf of the Industrial Energy Consumer Group in support of LD 1567. You've heard from the sponsor that that he did not draft this legislation. In fact, the IACG directed that it be drafted and asked Representative Kessler to sponsor it. He shouldn't be blamed for any controversy stirred by this, submitting a bill at the request of a party or constituent. But the IACG is an association of large energy consumers. I want to repeat that. We are an association of some of the largest fossil fuel consumers in the state. We advocate at the state, regional, and federal level for rapid and efficient climate mitigation while assuring reliability and low costs for all consumers. But we're here today as large fossil fuel consumers to ask that you find a way to help all energy sources contribute to the climate change effort Maine has undertaken. While we support Maine's climate goals, as you just heard very eloquently from Mr. Stoddard, these can only be achieved through electrification of space heating and transportation. And we have asked for years and several times already this session that that rather than this burden all being placed on Maine's electric ratepayers, that it be spread across those sectors that use other energy sources. We recognize this is not a cost-saving effort on the part of the IECG members. They are going to pay their fair share of an assessment on the consumption of fossil fuels. But it's time that we break through and deactivate this toxic third rail in energy policy that has stymied progress. It's not going to happen with this bill. It's not going to happen this year. But Maine has a conservation assessment that you've heard from Michael Stoddard on electricity and natural gas. Why not one on oil products? We have suggested, as I said numerous times, that we won't achieve its goals without all sectors stepping up to pay. But policymakers continue to turn away from this basic element of climate justice. The tragedy of this avoidance on taking on real but difficult challenges is represented in this hearing by the testimony of the department. They are the keepers of the data on greenhouse gas emissions by sectors. They tackle this issue nearly every day in multiple ways. We have the utmost respect for the department and its committed staff. However, when they feel compelled to submit testimony that only deals with the accounting aspect of the oil fund, without suggesting any solutions to the challenge this bill is intended to address, they fail all of us. Even worse, they have now told you that they are marching along in an unsustainable way regarding the oil fund that is presently constituted. The committee is, if it doesn't address it this year, you're going to have to address it before fiscal year 2024, when the department now projects a $2.7 million shortfall in this fund. So it seems to us that at some point, we are going to have to collectively reject the convenient solutions of the past in this regard. The oil fund should be structured in a way that allows the departments to secure the funds necessary to maintain their base efforts without bumping up against artificial barriers. But as you consider doing that, you should heed the urge of at least this group of large consumers of these products and think about beginning the process of ensuring that all sectors are contributing to our effort to address challenges with regard to climate change, with regard to weatherization and efficiency, without putting it all on the backs of electric ratepayers. I appreciate the chance to provide testimony. We want to particularly thank the sponsor for his bravery in putting this bill before you and the public. We know that this, again, as I said, has been a third rail, and nobody wants to touch it for various reasons. But I'd be happy to answer any questions now, but it sounds like there may not even be much of a work session. But we'll be here, and we'll always be prepared to participate in any discussion on this topic with the committee and all interested parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there any questions for Mr. Hudson? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the attendee space here to speak in favor of the legislation? If you could raise your hand. Ant Blasi. Before you get started, I'm just going to take a moment to allow Representative Johansson, who's joined us, to introduce himself.
Good morning. I am Representative Chris Johansson. I represent House District 145, the 18 organized towns between Bridgewater and Sherman.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Blasi, it's all you.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, Representative Bloom, and other Environment and Natural Resource Committee members. I, Ant Blasi, short for Antonio, from Hancock, testify on behalf of the Sierra Club of Maine and over the 20,000 members and supporters in Maine. Founded in 1892, Sierra Club is one of our nation's oldest and largest environmental organizations. We work diligently to amplify the power of our 3.8 million members nationwide as we move to demand bold solutions to the climate crisis, and we urge you to pass LD 1567. This bill puts Maine's money where its mouth is in providing revenues for climate change mitigation and implementing climate action plan provisions in sectors that do not receive such funding now. It establishes a new fund by depositing money already being collected on fossil fuel transactions to be used for sustainable expenditures by agencies and low-income recipients to increase their climate change action capabilities. which they otherwise would be unable to fulfill if they desired to do so. How else will this demographic feel that it can contribute to combating the climate emergency crisis we all face? All Mainers should be able to take pride in having some ability to help mitigate climate change. LD 1567 provides loans and grants to supplement existing rebate programs for Efficiency Maine Trust and the reasonable administrative costs a community action agency incurs to disperse them. The fiscal note is a transfer of existing revenues, not additional taxation. The bill rectifies the current disproportionate assessment on unregulated fuels by requiring that gasoline and propane vendors contribute or are assessed to contribute to Efficiency Maine. The Climate Change Equitable Mitigation Fund is also needed to assist counties, municipalities, and select state programs to implement Maine's climate action plan strategies that do not currently exist. Since the DEP is charged with promulgating the rules for using the fund's resources, interested members of the public could participate on advisory committees or by contacting the department. We urge you to pass. We urge you all to pass for LD 1567. Respectfully submitted, Ann Blasey, Legislative Team Volunteer and Hancock Resident for Sierra Club, Maine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blasey. Any questions this morning from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
Have a nice weekend.
Thanks.
All right, anyone else here to speak in favor of LD 1567? If you could raise your hand in the attendee space, we'll bring you over. If you're here to speak in opposition, if you could raise your hand. And if you're here to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand. Mr. Goldberg. Welcome, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony, neither for nor against LD 1567 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association. If after, when our Legislative Policy Committee convenes next, their position differs from my comments today, we will submit amended testimony. In general, we are supportive of the fund that this bill would create. We think an equitable climate change mitigation effort would be great. And this bill recognizes some really great role players that are already engaged. We support leveraging entities like Efficiency Maine Trust to continue work that they've proven to be able to do. We obviously encourage additional financial support to municipalities to begin and continue their climate change efforts. But as you've heard previously today, we do see some concern with taking money from a fund that is useful and obviously in need of the ongoing revenues that it's generating. If there's other ways to fund this new initiative, that would be great. But otherwise, we encourage you to leave things as is. Thank you very much and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Any questions for Mr. Goldberg? All right, not seeing any. So anyone else in the attendee space here to speak either for nor against or neither for nor against the legislation, if you could raise your hand. All right, we will close the public hearing on LD 1567 and a work session will be scheduled at a later date. Next up is LD 1572, a resolve to analyze the impact of sea level rise. And our bill sponsor is our own Representative Bloom. Representative, you're on mute. So all that profound testimony, you'll have to start over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and fellow members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Representative Lydia Bloom, and I represent the coastal part of York. I come before you today to introduce LD 1572, a resolve to analyze the impact of sea level rise. This is a governor's bill. The part of York that I represent in the House is all of its coast, its people, its relatively densely built up coastal properties and businesses, nearly $4 billion worth, its beaches, marshes, and rivers. The town relies on these features to continue to attract the throngs that fill our summers and keeps our town's economy humming. York was one of the first towns to recognize that sea level was rising and that the town's attractive seaside environs would be threatened by it and the resulting increased flooding and storm impacts. They put sea level rise in their comprehensive plan so it would be considered when planning development, hazard mitigation, and public safety. Around the same time, I went to the legislature as a state representative, and I set out to see if York's experience could help other coastal communities prepare for sea level rise impacts, and to see how the state could help with the potentially huge changes that may need to occur to avoid the harshest impacts on the most densely populated areas of our state, our coastal communities. The best answer to this has finally come from the work of the Maine Climate Council and its working groups. Maine scientists worked from the best available data to further the understanding of sea level science in Maine and what our state's vulnerabilities were to sea level rise. The Community Resilience Working Group took on the hard subject of what adaptation measures communities can consider to reduce impacts that cannot be stopped. A whole of government approach is what is needed for the action plan of the Maine Climate Council to be fully realized. And it is also most certainly needed to be fully prepared for what has already started to happen along our coast. That is why the governor has put in this resolve to make sure every impacted department has made preparations to manage for the most likely scenario of sea level rise, 1.5 feet by 2050 and 3.9 feet by 2100. I am very proud that I was able to be a contributing member of the Climate Council and to witness firsthand the whole process that has resulted in the Maine Climate Action Plan. The process and the resulting documented work from the Council is something all Mainers can be proud of. I will be followed by representatives of the executive branch who will explain how this resolve will affect the workings of Maine's government in more detail. Thank you so much for your consideration of this important resolve. I look forward to working with you on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Bloom. Are there any questions? All right, let's go ahead and bring over Commissioner Loisem. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Melanie Loisem, Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection, providing this testimony in support of LD 1572. This resolve would express the legislature's support for the use of the best available science to prepare for the probable effects of climate change on infrastructure, property, and land use. 2019 Public Law, Chapter 476, created the Science and Technical Subcommittee of the Maine Climate Council and charged that subcommittee with establishing science-based sea level rise projections for the state's coastal areas. The subcommittee delivered those projections to the Maine Climate Council in 2020 with the recommendation that Maine should manage for the highly probable scenario of 1.5 feet mean sea level rise by 2050 and 3.9 feet by 2100. The Council unanimously accepted this recommendation for inclusion in Maine's 2020 climate plan, Maine Won't Wait, along with Strategy F to build healthy and resilient communities. Within Strategy F, the Council recommended developing and implementing updated land use regulations, laws, and practices by 2024 in order to enhance community resilience to flooding and other climate impacts. the Community Resilience Planning, Public Health, and Emergency Management Working Group evaluated existing state rules and has already provided an initial list of those that should be updated. Agencies do not need additional legislative authorization for that work, but this resolve ensures that any statutory roadblocks to preparing for sea level rise in those updates to regulations and practices will be appropriately brought to the legislature to address. This bill does not answer the question of where and how predicted sea level rise will be incorporated into those rules and laws, but it does answer the question of how much. Many agencies and state government manage and protect resources that are impacted by sea level rise. Each has their own system of rules, policies, guidance, and practices. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to including sea level rise predictions into those systems. Each agency will need to tackle specific legal and technical questions and to work with their stakeholders who have interest and expertise in those specific areas. How much sea level rise we must be prepared for should no longer be an area for debate during that work. This resolve would put that question to rest and supports thoughtful forward progress. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Senator Bennett has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you give me a little bit better understanding about why this resolve is needed? I heard what you said in your testimony, but the administration has, I would think, clear authority to marshal the departments and propose legislation to us next January without this resolve.
That's true, we do. We are planning to engage in a variety of stakeholder work and rulemaking activities at the Department of Environmental Protection, along with other agencies. And the real ask here is that we don't want to spend a lot of that time debating the 1.5 feet and the 3.9 feet. We'd like to focus on how we would incorporate those considerations into those regulations and those practices. And our experience has been that that is a point of debate in the past that we feel like has been sufficiently settled by the work of the Science and Technical Subcommittee. That was part of the intent of charging that committee with providing that prediction. So the objective is to sort of plant the flag in the sand and say that's one settled matter so that we can really make progress on debating everything else.
So sort of get legislative buy-in on that question and then, okay, I got you.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Representative Hanley.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I must say I'm a little, I get a little nervous when I hear that when we're talking about scientific issues that the word debate is removed, that we no longer can debate things. I get uncomfortable when I hear that kind of talk. Also, and in my study of this issue, I see NOAA has their prediction of 2.5 millimeters per year has been reduced to 2.3 millimeters of sea level rise per year. That's about 1/8 of an inch. So there is room for debate because there seems to be other opinions about the projected increase in sea level rise. And I think you might have heard me before state that I've lived on the Kennebec River all my life. And as a boy of 14 to 15 years old, I started duck hunting in Merrimack Bay. And that's, almost 60 years ago, 55 years ago, I started, and I've duck hunted there every single year since. I still hunt from the same rocks, the same blinds. So the sea level rise study is pretty simple. Put on a pair of boots and walk out and have a look at your shoreline, But I get uncomfortable when I hear that we can't debate anymore. And I have to agree with Senator Bennett that I don't know why the governor, can't direct any agency to do these studies anyway. Thank you, though. I have really no question, ma'am.
Isn't that so? Any other questions for Commissioner Loisum? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Mr. Marvini from the DEP.
Just a slight correction, please. Senator is not from the DEP. He's from DACF.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Appreciate the welcome, Mr. Mervini.
Good morning.
I misstated your department and I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, I hardly ever present over in front of the Agriculture Committee. It's most often in front of your committee. But Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the committee, my name is Robert Marvini, and I am in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry as the state geologist, and I'm speaking in support of this resolve. Over the past 2 years, I served the Maine Climate Council as the co-chair of the Science and Technical Subcommittee, and the 28 members of that committee, plus scores of other scientists, worked exhaustively to identify the most relevant scientific literature related to the trends and impacts of climate change in Maine, captured in our report, the Scientific Assessment of Climate Change and Its Effects in Maine. The chapter in sea level rise was written by the 3 most experienced marine geologists in the state who have spent much of their careers researching this issue and its implications. Maine is fortunate to have several tide gauges with long-term records, including Portland, Bar Harbor, and Eastport. There are several figures in my testimony, and they show over 100 years of record shown for these gauges. Over that time, sea level has risen 7.4 inches in Portland, a rate of about 0.62 feet per century. And since 1996, the same gauge at Portland has increased 0.88 feet per century. Similar increases are seen in Bar Harbor and Eastport and elsewhere in the world. While there's considerable scatter in the data and several decadal scale cycles related to long-term ocean patterns and the orbits of the moon and the Earth, it's important to note that the lowest yearly averages for the past several years are higher than the highest yearly averages in the 50s and 60s. The highest levels recorded in the past few years are unprecedented. And we know of no credible scientific evidence that suggests sea level will fall anytime in the remainder of the century, or even that the rate of rise will moderate. And you can look at the charts in my testimony. For the STS to report, we identified the most rigorous projections for sea level rise through 2100 based on different scenarios for increases in atmospheric greenhouse gases. Through review of the scientific literature, debate among committee members, and vetting by the Maine Climate Council, we selected the intermediate scenario in the model used by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as appropriate for incorporation into the state policy. And there's a graph that shows that those scenarios. The intermediate scenario anticipates 1.5 feet of sea level rise by 2050 and 3.9 by 2100, and it's very likely that these values will be met. And while 3.9 was generated through rigorous scientific analysis, it represents the median of possible outcomes for 2100 for that intermediate scenario. And for practical implementation purposes, we recommend that it be adjusted to 4 feet. It's just a simpler number to deal with for that rise by 2100. There's a number of reasons in there along with the graph. So thank you for your time and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mervini. Representative O'Connor has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mervini. That was actually really interesting. So
I guess when I'm thinking of sea level rise and what you're saying and those levels, when you talk about the 4 feet by 2100, I find it unlikely that any of us will be here, but it is our duty to fix it. My question is, how much land mass will that actually impair? How much will we lose? How much beaches and property?
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for that question, Representative O'Connor. We did do some estimates of how much land would be lost. I don't have those numbers right here with me, but I'd be happy to bring that back for the work session.
Any additional questions from the committee? Did you have a follow-up, Representative O'Connor?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up is Brian and Brett from the Office of Innovation. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. It's a pleasure to be back with you again this morning. My name is Brian Ambrett. I'm the Senior Climate Resilience Coordinator in the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future. I'm here today to support LD 1572, resolve to analyze the impact of sea level rise. In 2019, Governor Mills established the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future to address critical long-term issues facing Maine by engaging state agencies, stakeholders, and the public in the planning and implementation of innovative, data-driven policy solutions. The state's climate action plan, Maine Won't Wait, highlights the opportunity to give agencies, municipalities, tribal governments, and the private sector clear guidance for waterfront planning, development, risk reduction, and conservation with respect to sea level rise. Companion reports to the Climate Action Plan identify potential consequences and costs to Maine if action is not taken to prepare for sea level rise, including $17.5 billion in coastal flood damage between now and 2050, and a reduction of 20,000 jobs across the coastal, maritime, and hospitality sectors. The Maine Climate Council Scientific and Technical Subcommittee recommends committing to manage 1.5 feet of sea level rise by the year 2050 and 3.9 feet by 2100. These projections represent the most likely values for sea level rise. However, extreme sea level rise is possible and prudent to plan for in some cases. Therefore, the subcommittee additionally recommends preparing to manage for 3 feet of sea level rise by 2050 and 8.8 feet by 2100. LD 1572 provides critical, consistent guidance to agencies, ensuring that all departments are relying on the same set of projections for their work of protecting state assets, coastal communities, and Maine's resources. Importantly, the bill also signals clearly to municipalities in the private sector that a standard set of sea level rise projections inform local waterfront planning and coastal management. Providing clear projections and consistent rules is a key early step in supporting Maine's towns to prepare for coastal flooding and to build resilience to climate change. As our office has testified on other bills this session, technical assistance and support for municipalities will be needed over time to build resilient communities, and LD 1572 is a good start. LD 1572 is also an important first step in investing in climate-ready infrastructure in Maine. The Climate Action Plan identifies aging infrastructure as both a burden and an opportunity. Maine has over 330 miles of public roads, 60 miles of rail, and numerous public boat ramps, wastewater treatment plants, and ferry landings that will be exposed to inundation from rising seas. LD 1572 will inform how the state assesses the risk of sea level rise to coastal infrastructure and will guide more resilient design and construction practices. New and upgraded infrastructure must be designed to withstand the conditions expected over its decades-long lifetime. Otherwise, any modest cost savings today are purchased at the expense of much higher repair and replacement costs in the future, not to mention the public safety, health, and economic losses incurred when infrastructure fails. From working waterfront infrastructure that forms the backbone of many local economies to green infrastructure like the sand dunes and salt marshes that protect our coastal neighborhoods from storms, the guidance provided by LD 1572 will enable Maine to make smart, responsible investments that increase the day-to-day functionality of our infrastructure and improve the reliability and performance during emergencies. The fact sheet attached to my written testimony provides you with additional information. Thank you for your service on this committee and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brett. Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure, thank you.
Folks in the attendee space who are here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand. Caitlin Bernard. Welcome, Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. Good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Caitlin Bernard, and I am the Natural Resources Policy Advisor for the Nature Conservancy here in Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of LD 1572, a resolve to analyze the impact of sea level rise. The Nature Conservancy is a nonprofit conservation organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. Guided by science, we create innovative, on-the-ground solutions to our world's toughest challenges so that nature and people can thrive together. We played a role in the Maine Climate Council. Our state director, Kate Dempsey, sat on the Climate Council, and many of our staff were on the working groups. So we feel that the Climate Action Plan is an enormous achievement for our state and a clarion call to action for conservation here in Maine. The four-year plan reinforces that there is an essential need for strategies to help communities across our state become more resilient. LD 1572 directs state agencies to make recommendations to incorporate consideration of 1.5 feet of relative sea level rise by 2050 and 3.9 feet by 2011. That must be a typo, by 2100. Sorry about that. Into the administration laws and rules that they administer, as well as recommending any changes necessary to implement strategy F3 of the Climate Action Plan. The impact of changing climate conditions is already being felt on the ground here in Maine. In Portland, sea levels rose by roughly 8 inches during the 20th century, about 7 inches higher than expected based on prior data. In this century, sea levels are projected to rise another 1 to 6 feet globally, with sea levels expected to rise more in the northeastern US than the global average, according to the 2018 National Climate Assessment. Underinvestment in coastal resilience can carry a significant cost. An analysis conducted to inform the development of the Climate Action Plan found that 1.6 feet of sea level rise by 2050, combined with storms occurring at the same frequency and intensity as the historic baseline, Maine can expect $17.5 billion in cumulative building damage between 2020 and 2050. Another recent study found that sea level rise has already cost Maine nearly $70 million in lost home values alone between 2005 and 2017. Sea level rise threatens both built infrastructure and Maine's diverse coastal habitats. Homes, businesses, roads, and working waterfronts will all benefit from a focus on climate resilience. This issue is not unique to Maine's coast. Inland communities also face significant climate risk. Increased rainfall and more intense storm events can affect this vulnerable infrastructure. For example, undersized culverts at road stream crossings commonly lead to road washouts. On the natural infrastructure and habitat side, sea level rise drives coastal wetlands to migrate inland. Without proper planning and investment to support marsh migration, wetlands will not have the space to retreat and reestablish. Incorporating climate resilience considerations into comprehensive planning, stormwater and floodplain management, and other land use laws, tools, and practices will help all Maine communities become more prepared for the future. LD 1572 provides a strong directive and foundation for Maine's agencies to review and plan for these potential impacts. The infrastructure, resources, and public interest overseen by these key agencies are of critical importance. Identifying risk reduction recommendations and bringing those recommendations back to this committee will allow Maine the time to take action before it's too late. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. And next up is Ivory Frignoka. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and esteemed members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Ivy Frignoka, and I am the Casco Bay Keeper with Friends of Casco Bay. I submitted written testimony, but I'm here to talk with you from the heart. As Casco Bay Keeper, it's my job to be the voice of the Bay. So I will speak as if the Bay were here in the room with you, because you will hear a lot from other people about the importance of this bill and its impacts on communities. Even if we meet our ambitious goals to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, our coastlines are experiencing the effects of climate change now between sea level rise, increased storm intensities, increased stormwater loads, and more intense storm surges. And we will have even more consequences in the future. We are losing critical habitats, and we will lose more critical habitats if we don't act now. I serve on the Coastal and Marine Working Group of the Maine Climate Council and worked closely and talked a lot with members of the Community Resilience Working Group. Both working groups prioritized the need to rethink how we plan and regulate our coastal resources. Adding things like remapping floodplains and adding a sea level rise overlay is critical, because we have to have some idea of what the future is going to look like so we can plan to save what we can of our coastal resources, help them be resilient, and help our coastal communities and industries that depend on our iconic coastal resources. The roadmap for doing this is really well set forth in Appendix A of the Community Resilience Working Group's report, and it provides a sound basis for the start. If we do nothing else on the resilience side for our coastal resources and coastal communities and for Casco Bay, setting the foundation by revising our laws is the most important thing we can do. And I just want to take a minute to answer a couple questions. Representative O'Connor asked if there were any statistics that showed the habitat we would lose. And there are those statistics, and they're incorporated in our testimony. And for example, if we have the sea level rise by 2100, we'll lose 96% of our developed sand dunes. And it goes through how much dry beach we'll lose and everything else. I won't read them to you, but if you go to Friends of Casco Bay testimony, the answers are there. Representative Hanley raised a really good point about how do we know what the sea level rise is going to be? How do we know that the science is right? That's an excellent point. The projections that were picked were middle of the road, and what I hope happens during the regulatory process is that we build into our regulatory revisions the ability to continuously update the projections. We're making the best guesses we can about the future to prepare our coast and our coastal communities, but we should build into the laws some flexibility to take into account our continuing knowledge. And then Representative Bennett asked about why this bill is so important. And you got an excellent answer from the Commissioner Loisem in terms of her perspective from someone outside of government. When agencies are so strapped and faced with so many things to do, this bill puts the urgency in place. If the state doesn't revise their laws, then the municipalities don't have the foundation to rely upon for the decision-making that they need to do. If the state doesn't revise their laws, we can't protect our coastal resources. So this bill puts the urgency in place and makes sure that this committee knows by next legislative session what needs to be done to protect our resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Frignoka. Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Next up is David Costello. Welcome, Mr. Costello.
Good morning, and thank you, Senator Brenner. Excuse me. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the committee, my name is David Costello. I'm a Brunswick resident, and I'm the Climate Clean Energy Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm testifying today in strong support of LD 1572. My comments are somewhat redundant, so I'll be very brief. Global warming-induced sea level rise has already begun to impact Maine's coastal lowland communities and ecosystems and will in the years ahead contribute significantly to increased flooding, saltwater intrusion, waterfront erosion, and the loss of dry beaches, sand dunes, and coastal habitat. The Science and as you've heard, the Science and Technical Committee of Maine's Climate Council has determined that sea level rise along Maine's coast are rising at an alarming rate, and that they are likely to rise by more than 1.5 feet by 2050 and more than 4 feet by 2100. Ominously, the subcommittee noted that a 1.6 foot sea level rise could submerge 67% of Maine's coastal sand dunes and reduce dry beaches by 43% by 2050, significantly impacting the state's vital tourism industry. Moreover, it is estimated that an increase of over 4 feet by 2100 would result in over 670 million in cumulative building losses and more than 660 million in gross domestic product losses for the state of Maine. LD 1572 would help make Maine's coastal communities infrastructure more resilient to sea level rise by requiring relevant state agencies to review the laws and rules they administer and submit recommendations by January 1st of 2022 to this committee on how these laws and rules, including land use regulations, might be modified to best address the increasing impact on Maine's coastal communities. NRCM finds 1572's proposed review of the impacts of sea level rise to be very prudent and would, if implemented fully, likely save Maine taxpayers, coastal communities, and businesses millions of dollars in avoided costs and damages in the decades to come. For these reasons, NRCM strongly supports this important climate resiliency initiative. And thank you for your consideration, and I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Any committee members have a question for Mr. Costello? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up is Nick Batista. Welcome back.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Nick Batista, and I'm testifying in support of LD 1572 for the Island Institute. The Island Institute's a 38-year-old nonprofit organization based in Rockland, Maine. We're a community development organization. We focus on the marine economy, climate and energy work, small businesses, education, and leadership. Broadband is foundational to all of this work, and all Mainers need to have the ability to use high-speed, reliable internet. You've heard of some facts from the economic impact of sea level rise from the Maine Climate Council's Cost of Doing Nothing report, and you've heard testimony about the Climate Council's Scientific and Technical Subcommittee report. They were clear. Sea level rise presents a long-term systemic risk to Maine coastal communities. From where I sit, the lack of broadband is the biggest near-term systemic risk to the coastal communities. Sea level rise is the biggest long-term risk to these communities. The seas are rising. We need to start preparing for a future where high tides and storm surge appear in places that currently don't see salt water. Over the next 30 years, our state will see an order of magnitude increase in coastal flooding. We recently released a 12-minute video about how Vinyl Haven is experiencing sea level rise and what it means for their community. If you're curious about what they're doing and what communities are already doing to work on sea level rise, I'd encourage you to watch this video. In the last few weeks, over 4,000 people have already seen it. We support communities as they grapple with understanding the potential economic, social, and infrastructure impacts to sea level rise, and provide information and financing and planning activities. We've provided over $100,000 in coastal community planning grants to support communities in their efforts to understand sea level rise. And one of the things we've seen these communities struggle with is understanding and deciding on which sea level rise scenarios to use for their planning purposes and what timeframes to pick. The choices are broad, but to make policy, you have to make these decisions. And these are tough decisions to make. It's great that the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee put out a set of numbers that say this is what we think makes the most sense to be planning for Maine. It's not about debating the science, but rather it's how we look at the future and make decisions about what we should do today based on what the future may look like. It's inherently a policy decision. It can be based on strong science, and ultimately the science can't tell us what will happen in the future. I think Representative Hanley noted that the sea level is rising, and how much it will rise by 2050 depends on a number of factors. If you talk with the individuals involved in sea level rise science and the recommendations from the Science and Technical Subcommittee, I think they're probably at the lower end of what we're actually likely to see. We tend to be tracking even higher. And then finally, it's worth noting and emphasizing that the impacts of sea level rise really come from increased coastal flooding from the highest tides of the year and from storm surge. It's not necessarily that the level is going up, but it's really these storm events and the high tide events start getting things wet that probably weren't made to get wet, and that's where a lot of the damage comes from. So clear guidance from the state helps make these community conversations easier, helps make sure public policy accounts for a rapidly changing environment. I urge you to pass LD 1572.
Thank you so much, Mr. Batista. Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. And next up is Beth Ahern. And here we go. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. It's still morning, isn't it? Yes. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the ENR committee. My name is Beth Ahern. I'm the Director of Affairs at Maine Conservation Voters, and I offer testimony on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition this morning in favor of 1572. The EPC is a partnership organization of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations who unify around a common agenda every year. We represent over 100,000 members in Maine who want to protect the good jobs, the good health, and the quality of life that depend on a healthy environment. LD 1572 is priority legislation for the coalition in 2021, and thank you to Representative Bloom for sponsoring this important bill. You've heard the stats this morning from the people who testified before me. I submitted written testimony, and you can read many of those same stats. So I am not going to filibuster, but I'm just going to say that I hope you pass this legislation unanimously. It's incredibly important. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your brevity. It's appreciated this morning. Any questions for Ms. Ahern?
You're also colorful today. You look fabulous.
All right. Have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Take care.
And next up is Mr. Lund. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee for this opportunity today to testify in support of LD 1572 on behalf of Maine Audubon and our 30,000 members and supporters around the state. Maine Audubon supports this legislation because it is essential first step towards policy development and changes that will better protect Maine wildlife species that are imminently threatened by rising sea levels. The Gulf of Maine, as you know, is warming faster than 99% of the world's oceans. Among those effects, of course, are sea level rise. As Maine's sea level rises, coastal communities and ecosystems will see increased frequency of nuisance flooding, inundation of coastal lowlands with salt water, erosion, loss of dry beaches, sand dunes, salt marshes, and other habitats. A 1.6 foot sea level rise may submerge 67% of Maine's coastal sand dunes and reduce dry beach area by 42% and wipe out Maine's salt marshes. Sand dunes, dry beaches, and salt marshes provide invaluable ecosystem services and economic benefits. Coastal sand dunes protect buildings and infrastructure from waves and flooding. Salt marshes protect coastlines from erosion. Beaches are elemental to Maine's tourism economy. But closest to Maine Audubon's mission, these areas contain critical wildlife habitat. This legislation is an important first step in the development of policy that prepares for these habitat changes as a result of climate change. Sea level rise is causing more frequent marsh inundation, loss of marsh, conversion of marsh types, and as a result, increased stress to the species that call these areas home. Maine's Natural Resource Protection Act rules, which serve to protect salt marshes, do not account for these impacts, the eventual migration of salt marshes inland, and sea level rise generally. This will have grave implications for the species such as the salt marsh sparrow if the regulations are not modified. It is estimated that 4 out of every 5 salt marsh sparrow has already disappeared from the Atlantic coast, leaving the species vulnerable to extinction within 50 years if no action is taken. Their tidal flooding drowns chicks or washes out eggs. While the salt marsh sparrow have adapted to tidal flooding from monthly lunar tides, they are not adapted to increased flooding from sea level rise and the storm surges that Mr. Batista was just talking about. However, if high marsh areas where they typically nest are allowed to migrate inland and upland over time, there may be hope. In the meantime, work is being done to artificially elevate some nests to save the salt marsh sparrow from extinction. The salt marsh sparrow, whose stronghold in Maine is Senator Brenner's Scarborough Marsh, which I visit regularly, it's just one example of the species that are imminently threatened by rising sea levels that would benefit from the incorporation of sea level rise projections into existing regulations. Endangered least terns and piping plovers rely on sandy beaches and sand dune habitat on Maine's coast to nest and rear their young. Piping plovers feed on small invertebrates found in the sand and coastal mudflats, and least terns feed on small fish found in our estuaries. Flooding and erosion in these areas could be devastating to these birds if they are in these areas if they are not allowed to naturally expand. Flooding and erosion of salt marshes and estuaries is similarly troubling. It is already degrading the nursery havens for many young fish and shellfish that are the basis for Maine's commercial fisheries. But if allowed to migrate upland over time, these challenges may be ameliorated. And speaking as a birder, I want to say there's lots of other species. It's amazing to me, you have thousands of miles of ocean on one side, thousands of miles of land on one side, and then just a razor thin strip of beach in the middle where lots of species rely on and lots of people rely on. So not included in our testimony, but also included are dozens of species of shorebirds that migrate up along the beaches, herons and egrets, sea turtles which nest on beaches, and many more. Thankfully, Maine's coastal sand dunes rules also look forward and account for sea level rise. However, the amount and rate of sea level rise needs to be updated based on the latest science, such as that recommended by the Scientific Assessment of Climate Change and its effects in Maine. By asking Maine's natural resources agencies to review these and other statutes and rules for places where sea level rise would be updated and incorporated, we can stay one step ahead of the potential devastation. These steps will help protect habitat for both endangered birds and people by planning ahead for shifting beaches, dunes, salt marshes, and estuaries. We urge the committee to support this bill, and thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lund. Are there any questions for Mr. Lund? Thank you for joining us, and maybe I'll run into you in the marsh.
I hope so.
All right. And last up on the list for folks that are registered to speak in favor of the legislation is Erno Bonebacker. And if you're here to speak in opposition to the legislation, if you could raise your hand in the attendee space so I know you're over there. Or if you're here to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand over there, that would be helpful. Welcome, Mr. Bonebacker. Can you tell me if I'm pronouncing your name correctly? Oops, you're muted. Still can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
Here we go.
Yay.
Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker, my name is Erno Bonebacker. I am a resident of Portland and Chesapeake Island and have been active in coastal issues since I moved to Maine in 1988. I'm from away, but here to stay. And my family has connected to the Maine coast since then. And I'm speaking as a private citizen, but as a representative of my descendants and all of our descendants, to urge you to pass this bill because specifics motivate action, and to get every level of society and government on the same page to plan for the consequences of sea level rise is essential both to our economy, our culture, and our environment, coastal environment, which is one of the primary indicia of the Maine, what people perceive that Maine is all about. So it's been a long morning. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your work on this issue. And I hope that you will report this bill out in favor. Thank you.
Mr. Bonebacker, thank you for taking time to join us. Are there any questions from the committee?
I think it's the pre-lunch quiet.
It could be. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And next up is Neil Goldberg, who's here to speak neither for nor against.
Hello again, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony neither for nor against LD 1572 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association. After the Legislative Policy Committee meets next week, I look forward to offering amended testimony if their position differs from my comments today. I really want to just hone in on one thing from this bill, which you're all aware of, which is that it puts strategy F3 from Maine's climate action plan into action. It turns it from more than just a page in a report to actual progress. And I'm going to read one excerpt from strategy F3. Maine is a home rule state, which in a climate context means that local governments have the authority and responsibility for planning and implementing most activities for community resilience. The tools communities currently use, including comprehensive planning, zoning, site location of development, and stormwater and floodplain management practices, were not designed with climate change in mind. They need to be updated. And so to the extent that this bill accomplishes it, we very much look forward to you guys as well supporting it. So I appreciate your time today and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Goldberg. Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Next up is Mr. Capron.
Good morning still, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker. I'm testifying neither for nor against, or both for and against, because I'm concerned that right now what we've got in this legislation is words and no action. I think the real question is nothing in this legislation is going to change the sea level rise. It's not going to suddenly go from 1.6 down to 0.5. Nothing is going to change that sea level rise over the next 50 to 100 years. So what are we going to do to protect our shorelines? And I haven't heard those suggestions at any point, either in the testimony or through the Climate Council. And that concerns me, because you've got countries like Holland and the Netherlands that are putting up these billion-dollar mechanical dikes, which they're finding they may have to replace actually in the near term, because the water level is higher than it was when they built the dikes. But what do we do about our waterfront? What do we do about the wharves? What do we do about the beaches? We can't move the beaches back further. And this legislation is not going to lower the water level. So there's no action supported by this legislation. So I'm just wondering what is the objective? I'd like to see it have some hardcore suggestions, like how to make a resilient wharf. In Portland, we got wharves that are already underwater occasionally, but nobody's doing it. There's no excitement about doing anything. And maybe if that's the intent of this legislation, that's fine. But how are we going to protect Casco Bay, for example? Are we going to build a big mechanical dike to shut off Casco Bay from the impact of? Anyway, you get where I'm coming from. There's words without action are really get you nowhere. So something for you folks to ponder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Capron. Any questions for Mr. Capron? Yes, Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Capron, for being here. your questions they're well posed and well considered. That's why this is in the form of a resolve. It gives the department and the other agencies an opportunity to look at this and to actually find the solutions to hopefully mitigate some of the damage. And it's not really a question, but I thought that you might want to know that. Thank you for being here today, and I look forward to testifying on the bill you helped me with.
You're welcome.
Any additional comments or questions from the committee? All right, thank you for joining us. And that's all I have listed for folks that are here to testify. Is there anyone else in the attendee space that's here to speak, neither for nor against, for or against? All right, and with that, we will close the hearing for LD 1572, and we'll thank Representative Bloom for her work bringing this legislation forward, and we'll open up a public hearing on LD 1595. An act to address waste associated with solar energy equipment. And we'll turn to our own Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and my fellow awesome members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee for hearing my testimony on LD 1595, an act to address waste associated with solar energy equipment. As many of you know, I've been a skeptical and vocal foe of the expansion of solar energy since I began serving in the legislature. That being acknowledged, I do know that it is here to stay in Maine, and it is expanding at breakneck speed. The stark reality is the equipment will need to be disposed of properly, and a responsible program must be in place to ensure the health of Maine's people and her pristine environment. The following quotes were made by a 40-year veteran of the U.S. solar industry. I would think we should be paying attention. The problem of solar panel disposal will explode full force in 2 or 3 decades and wreck the environment because it is still a huge amount of waste and they are not easy to recycle. The reality is there is a problem now and it's only going to get larger, expanding as rapidly as the PV industry expanded 10 years ago. Contrary to the previous assumptions, pollutants such as lead or carcinogenic cadmium can be almost completely washed out of the fragments of solar modules over a period of several months, for example, by rainwater. That's pretty interesting quotes there. The International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, in 2016 estimated there were 250,000 metric tons of solar panel waste in the world, and by 2050, there could be 78 million metric tons. This bill is a way to get a jump on controlling that waste here in the state of Maine. And for the people that are listening, I'm just going to briefly read the summary of this bill because it states exactly what the intent is of what it does. It provides for the stewardship of solar panel waste. It amends the Maine Solar Energy Act to provide for the prevention or minimization of the potential damage from solar panel deterioration and for tracking system for solar panels. It provides that property with solar panels must be insured to pay the full cost of recycling the solar panels damaged in any form of catastrophe, and that these insurance costs be paid first from any distributions of insurance proceeds. It provides for state grant funding for the development of a recycling process that recycles 95% of solar panels, and the design and construction of recycling equipment and recycling facility using funds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative Trust Fund, and, if needed, funds from the Maine Solid Waste Management Fund. The Maine Solid Waste Division Grant Program and the Maine Technology Institute. It provides for penalties for improper disposal of solar energy equipment and for failure to register solar energy equipment and refusal for permit inspection of solar energy equipment. It replaces the term solar energy device with solar energy equipment, which is is defined under the Maine Revised Statutes, Title 10, Section 1492-25, subsection 1. It corrects cross-references in the provision allowing the Commissioner of Administrative and Financial Services to establish Energy Infrastructure Benefits Fund. It amends the Energy Conservation Buildings Act provision regarding life cycle costs to provide the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, Bureau of General Services rules, including the cost of recycling in determining the effect of insulation incorporated into a facility design and the effect on solar utilization to the properties of external surfaces and the cost effectiveness of integrating wind or solar and electricity generating equipment into the design and construction of a facility. This bill is rather comprehensive, and I do hope that we can give it due diligence. I know that things are hard and we're kind of rushed right now. I'll try to answer any questions that you might have on this, but truthfully, I'm working with Mr. Capron and Mike Cotrano. I really had a lot of concerns about the amount of solar panels. I know that we have a huge installment that just is happening in a very thickly developed neighborhood here in Berwick. And it is, I can already see the damage that it's doing to the ecostructure around it. And it's rather troubling to me because I want to keep, as I said before, Maine's environment pristine. And I think it's really important that we get a jump on this. And I thank you, and I will be happy to answer any questions. However, I am probably not the expert on recycling that many of you may be for years on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative O'Connor. Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Representative O'Connor. I notice in section 4 and 5, you have a $25 fee and a $100 fee. Is that tacked on front end in buying a solar panel?
It is supposed to be tacked on the front end for insurance purposes for disposal in the future. I couldn't think of another way to actually, I thought this was a good way to actually raise some dollars, because I know that with the other sources I know there's limited funds, and I did learn this morning that there are more limited funds than I anticipated.
May I follow up, Senator?
Yes, please.
Where did you come up with these funds? Because recycling a panel can cost 40 to 75 cents per pound, and most panels weigh about 40 pounds. So you're talking $3 to $12 per panel. And actually, when they recycle in tonnage.
Correct.
So you seem to be putting a fee up front to double the cost of the panel. So is this then, this fee structure meant to retard the buying of solar panels? Because you have just doubled the cost of a panel.
So I didn't know that a panel only costs $25. That those numbers don't make sense to me. It was a $25 fee up front. Solar panel, a general cost on that is about $1,000 from my understanding.
Okay, and I take that back. But where did you come up with the $100 fee for the solar panel?
In all honesty, I did not come up with that number. That number was placed, and I agreed to submit this testimony so that we could hear these numbers. And I agreed to it because I thought that it was a way to actually start funding a program that we would be able to recycle. The numbers weren't based on any other information.
Okay, so if we were to actually use the actual cost of recycling a panel, wouldn't that be more applicable than picking this $100 out of thin air?
It would, it could be. Like I said, I'm not the expert on recycling. However, I do know that recycling a panel is extremely difficult. And when it takes a lot of time to actually recycle a solar panel and remove some of the other metallics that are in it. So I'm not sure what the actual cost would be. And I am hoping that one of the people that follow could actually be able My goal was to have some monies in the fund to help assist in recycling solar panels.
Thank you. I did check into the costs of recycling, and it is, as I say, 30 to 75 cents per pound per panel. And that is far less than $125. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any additional questions for Representative O'Connor? Okay, we have a co-sponsor. Representative Foster is here to testify. I'll bring him over. Welcome, Representative Foster.
Good morning. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, distinguished members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Steve Foster, representative of House District 104, serving Charleston, Dexter, Exeter, Garland, and Stetson. I'm here to support LD 1595. I'm currently serving my second term on the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology, was a member of the Maine Climate Council Energy Storage Subcommittee, and am a member of its Energy Subcommittee. I'm going to throw a few numbers at you today, starting with 45,000. If you remember nothing else from my testimony, I hope this number sticks with you. As an engineer, numbers, data, and facts are an important part of any detailed plan. A detailed plan is necessary when undertaking any project, especially one as big as meeting all our electrical generation needs with renewable energy by 2050. During the many hours of testimony I've heard over the last few years, I've learned the state's plan lacks a lot of detail. Earlier this session, I asked a representative of the governor's energy office appearing before EUT to review their work, how much wind and solar would be needed to do the job. They weren't sure. I asked what the useful life of the equipment was expected to be and received a similar answer. I didn't bother to ask what we'd do with the equipment once it was no longer useful. That's one of the details LD 1595 hopes to address. On January 22nd, 2020, Dr. Richard Silkman presented to the EUT committee his November 2019 publication, A New Energy Policy Direction for Maine, which outlines a path forward for Maine to be carbon-free by 2050. Dr. Silkman proposed meeting our electric generation needs using solar and wind facilities with battery storage. It's become apparent to me that although the Maine Won't Wait plan offers little detail, the governor's energy office and state policymakers have adopted a similar path forward. Dr. Silkman's plan calls for an estimated generating capacity of 7,500 megawatts of solar, 2,500 megawatts onshore wind, and 5,000 megawatts of offshore wind by 2050. When I asked him the question of how much would be required, he explained, we'll need 400 to 500 onshore wind towers, 625 8-megawatt offshore wind towers, and 40 to 50,000 acres of solar panels, with main hydro generation remaining at current levels. The average weight of a residential solar panel is about 2.2 pounds per square foot, maybe a little more for commercial panels. This doesn't include mounting framework or added equipment. 1 acre of panels equals 43,560 square feet. 45,000 acres equals 1,960,200,000 square feet, or 70.3 square miles. The total weight of 45,000 acres of panels would be 4,312,440,000 pounds, 312,440,000 pounds, or 2,156,220 tons of material. What will we do with this material 20 to 30 years from now when it's no longer producing electricity? From all the testimony, committee discussions, and legislation I've seen to date, this important detail has not been addressed. 45,000 acres. It's a big number to wrap your mind around. The recently installed solar farm off Route 2 in Farmington uses just under 500 acres of former farmland. Even that amount can be hard to visualize unless you're standing in front of it. If you get a chance to drive by that site, I'd ask that you think about what we'll do with that equipment and who will be responsible for its disposal when the time comes. By the way, if it helps, Acadia National Park sits on federal and private lands totaling about 47,000 acres. I hope you'll consider the magnitude of what the plan is for solar power in Maine and add a very important detail to that plan by supporting LD 1595. Thank you for your consideration. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions I may be able to.
Are there any questions for Representative Foster? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Foster, for testifying today. Interesting numbers, and numbers don't lie. That's one of the things we know in life. So when we think of all the renewable things, renewable energy components, have you ever had a discussion about like what happens to windmills and their blades and towers and all the components associated with those renewable projects?
Well, certainly things like this are on my mind and have come up in discussions. When you consider the battery storage that will be necessary for having this much renewable energy online, and what that may entail for future recycling issues, and also the wind power, the windmills. As a matter of fact, I was happy to hear a few days ago before our committee, I asked a question about a similar situation with windmills and their components, and learned that in Virginia, there actually is I think it's Virginia, a recycling plant. I got this from Dan Henrik with Clearway Energy Group, and he said that they are working to recycle these fiberglass blades in Virginia. So that's a little bit of optimistic news there. I will say some time ago on 4/17, I sent a video link out to all of the legislators regarding energy going forward. Dr. Scott Tinker, who spoke before the Pennsylvania legislature on March 23rd, and there was one slide in there that showed a landfill of windmill turbine blades consisting of about 100 blades. And if you took a moment to look at that slide, the pit that those were being buried in, 100 blades dwarfed a D8 or D9 bulldozer that was being used to bury them. Nearby me and over in Kingsbury Plantation, there are 56 towers standing there with 3 blades on each tower, and they've been there a few years now. So that's a big concern, and this bill doesn't address other renewable energy issues except for solar. So that might be something the committee might want to also take into account as you move forward, if you do, with this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. It's obvious that the solar recycling issue is just the tip of the iceberg. Thank you very much.
Mr. Foster, I'm going to ask you a question. So the committee heard legislation earlier this session, and it passed favorably out of our committee about decommissioning solar arrays and how we would like to start to think about doing that and funding it. And we were pretty intentional as a committee about limiting this decommissioning to setups that were large, so that we would protect small landowners' arrays from essentially being taxed, which this kind of feels to me like a pretty hearty tax on a domestic or small business or municipal array. So, and I guess the other thing I'm curious about is panels differ in size. So can you speak a little bit to how this piece of legislation would deal with the size of the panel? Because it appears as if it's relative to panel.
Well, my numbers deal strictly with how much is considered to be necessary to meet the energy needs of the state. I got my figures based on information I got online for purchasing panels. And as I stated, the residential panels, which are somewhere below 3 by 5 feet, they estimate about 2.2 pounds per square foot. Commercial, which are more like closer to say 4 or 5 feet by 6 or so, could be as much as 2.6 or 8 pounds per square foot. But in regards to the issue that you bring up, I would suggest that currently energy statute that has been passed, such as LD 1711, which is encouraging development of solar power, deals with both large and small scale installations. And whether I have a dozen panels on my rooftop or someone across the street has 1,200 panels in their hayfield, the recycling issue is still the same. And for example, when I go to buy a car battery, there are laws on the books that tell me what I have to do to help pay the cost of making sure that those batteries are properly recycled. Same thing with tires. I think, although I think as the Representative O'Connor had mentioned, you know, there's maybe some adjustments necessary for this bill. And I apologize for not being aware of the bill that you took up earlier this year that you spoke of. I think that there does need to be some recognition of the fact that all of these panels are going to degrade over time and need to be recycled. And as the good Representative Ziegler pointed out, there are already known costs for some of that. But we don't necessarily, when we look at the large acreage or the rooftop solar, whatever, consider at the time of installation how we're going to handle that, or how our children and grandchildren are going to handle that. So I think that's the key point of this bill. I did
Thank
not
you.
have a lot. Yeah.
Representative Ziegler has a question.
Yes, but I saw Representative Tucker's hand up before mine.
I know he keeps putting it up and putting it down. I don't know what he's thinking about over there.
Well, he wants to take the wind out of my sails on this one too. No, I just, and I will end this with, isn't that so? In regards to recycling wind generator blades, General Electric is working on a program right now. And what they do is they grind those blades and then they use those in cement, which reduces the amount of cement. And it's just as strong, if not stronger, by 30%, which also reduces greenhouse gases because cement is one of the largest greenhouse gas emitters in building projects. Isn't that so, Representative, and I should say Chief Foster, if I may do the merchant marine term?
I believe you're correct. This facility that I mentioned earlier is using a different process for extracting materials out of those blades, but there are ways that it's being done.
All right. Any other committee members have a question for Mr. Foster, Representative Foster, Chief Foster? I don't believe there are any more. Thank you for joining us this morning. Nice to see you. Are there any folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation? If you could raise your hand. Mr. Capron, bring you over. I do apologize for the music in the background if you can hear it. We have at-home school still. Mr. Capron, welcome.
I can't seem to start my video.
Let's see if we can help you with that. Try it now.
You got it.
There we go.
And that's
Well-
important because behind me is a pile of discarded solar panels. And that's what's happening now. But let me deal with it because I was the primary author on this legislation. Let me just give you a little bit of history. Before I do that, I want to address the $1.25 that was raised earlier as an issue. This legislation is pretty much a translation of the legislation developed in Washington State that was passed in 2017 as the first bill in the nation on recycling solar. And their objective was to collect $125 to cover administration costs, recycling costs, and what have you. The $12 number that was cited is the cost of recycling, the best estimate right now of recycling the glass and the aluminum and perhaps the copper. What it doesn't cover is the cost necessary to recover the 5% of the panel, which is the dangerous chemicals, the chemicals of high concern. So the brief history, I first noticed this issue in the stewardship report from the DEP 2019, which was very, very strong. Right at that time, the solar recycling was number 5 on their list of issues. And the, let me just flip to the right spot here. Their comments are pretty clearly stated. Product stewardship, and I'm quoting here, for photovoltaics solar panels meets all 5 criteria outlined in their framework law. There are no federal regulations to require solar panel recycling, nor are there any third-party or public recycling programs aside from limited manufacturer take-back programs. Recycling is generally motivated by either the value of raw materials or regulations that mandate recycling. The value of raw materials that are recovered right now do not include the chemicals of high concern. So if you're only getting $12 out of recycling a panel, there isn't much incentive to take it back. Just leave it in place and let it age on your roof or wherever. The stewardship report went on to say approximately 2/3 of solar panels are crystalline silicon made from 90% glass, polymers, aluminum, silver, tin, lead. The remaining 1/3 of panels are thin film made from 98% glass, polymer, aluminum with 2% copper and zinc. They also contain indium, gallium, selenium, lead, and cadmium and tellurium in the form of cadmium telluride. These are all heavy metals, and they are all, I should say, the cadmium telluride is listed in the chemicals of high concern and have been and always will be as one of the most dangerous chemicals to leach into the soil. And I mentioned 4 letters, PFAS, which is a similar compound to the problem that we're dealing with cadmium telluride.
It's cold out there too.
So anyway, and at least in 2019, there were 4,268 solar installations with 6,568 homes attached to the solar grid.
Mr. Capron?
Yeah.
The 3 minutes are up, so if you could wrap it up.
Well, the question is, do you want to hear the source of the bill and have a true understanding, or do you just want to limit to the 3 minutes? Because I was the primary author on this, and I know what the source of the information is. It would be to your advantage to hear what went into putting this legislation together.
Well, what would be helpful actually is I don't see a written testimony submitted. If we could have it in writing so that the committee has it to refer to, that would be really appreciated. And then we're keeping everyone to 3 minutes.
So be it.
Representative Tucker has a question for you.
Yes.
Mr. Capron, are you speaking for an organization or a business? If you could you just tell us what that business is and what the organization might be?
I am not speaking for an organization or business. This is independent research that I've done over the past 3 years, just out of concern for the stewardship of solar panels.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Capron from the committee? All right. And if you're not able to submit it through our portal, you could send it to the clerk or to our OBLA analyst, and we'll make sure it gets disseminated to the committee. Your written testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I think that does a disservice to the panel. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I mean, I wrote the bill. That's pretty much says what I wanted to say, but I think there's a lot of factors here that can't be handled in 3 minutes. This is a very complex bill. The statutes have 5 different segments that had to be addressed in order to bring this bill to fruition. And three years of research and work and putting the bill together, I think.
Mr. Capron, I appreciate the sentiment, and we would love to hear what you have to say, and we would appreciate it in writing, and we will all take it into account. And perhaps you can be available for us at the work session when we have further discussion on the bill.
Well, I will do my best. I have a writing disability and a cognitive impairment, which make the written form much more difficult than the verbal form, but I will deal with that as best I can.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Paula Clark from the DEP. Welcome, Ms. Clark.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm Paula Clark of the Department of Environmental Protection, and I am speaking this afternoon in opposition to LD 1595. Although the department agrees that solar panels should be recycled and otherwise properly managed at the end of life, the program proposed in this bill is unclear, resource intensive, and unnecessarily complex. In part, this bill would require the individual registration and tracking of each solar panel by serial number from the point of purchase through end of life and disposal, development of a process for review and approval of solar panel recycling facilities, implementation of a solar panel installation site inspection program, state funding for the design and construction of solar panel recycling equipment and a recycling facility, and establishment of regional take-back locations. The bill also proposes to impose fees of $25 and $100 per solar panel at the point of purchase to fund oversight of tracking and recycling, and establishes a set of specific penalty provisions for violations of the program's provisions. To put this into some context, the proposed fees in this bill would have added $350,000 in fees to the solar array project installed on a closed municipal landfill in Portland. And I would point out that that's a relatively small solar project. There are others in the state that are far larger than that particular one. Maine's product stewardship law establishes criteria by which to identify products or product categories that may be appropriately managed through extended producer responsibility programs. Annually, the department submits a report to the legislature in accordance with that law, outlining the status of existing stewardship programs and identifying and evaluating products for future consideration. Among other possible candidates, solar panels have been identified in the reports for the past several years as meeting the criteria of the law. However, the department's 2021 report also notes that there is a need for a balanced approach to ensure any upfront or internalized costs for end-of-life product management do not inhibit progress in transitioning to renewable energy. The department will continue to evaluate approaches to incentivize recycling of solar panels as they reach the end of their lives and may recommend legislation in a future session. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Are there any questions for Ms. Clark? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So we've gone through everyone that I have listed to testify in favor of the legislation. If there's anyone here to speak in opposition, if you could raise your hand. Roberta Manter will be first. And then Jeremy Payne. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Senator Brennan, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Roberta Manter. My husband and I have lived off-grid in Fayette for 40 years. My husband has been 50. We supported LD 820 before the Agriculture and Forestry Committee to assure that major solar installations don't usurp prime farmland. We supported LD 802 before your committee to assure cleanup of decommissioned commercial solar installations. We cannot support this bill. Title 33, Section 1422 says, "It's the policy of the state to promote the use of solar energy and to avoid unnecessary obstacles to the use of solar energy devices." This bill will kill the photovoltaic industry. We bought our first photovoltaic panel almost 40 years ago. One 6 square foot panel was all we could afford. It's still working fine. A year or two later, we got a chance to buy several more. They'd been in a warehouse for 20 years in case the manufacturer needed to replace any under warranty. They hadn't been needed, so they were selling them off cheap. We've been using them since then, and they're still working. This bill would increase the purchase cost per panel by at least $125, not including the cost of insurance. With those added fees, we would not have been able to afford solar, and we'd still be running all our power off a generator with fossil fuel. We keep hearing follow the science. According to solarmetric.com, it costs an average of $15 to $20 to recycle one 18 square foot panel. Ours are 6. This bill makes no distinction between an 18 square foot panel and a 6 square foot panel. According to CEO of recyclepvsolar.com and 40-year veteran of the solar industry, Sam Vanderhoof, PV Cycle suggested an upfront surcharge of 70 cents per solar panel to support recycling. They reclaim 90% of the materials. WeRecycleSolar.com will pay us so they can recycle our solar panels. Will Maine inspect their plant in Arizona? Their website says our processes fully harvest all parts, remarketable components, and scrap commodities without threat to your company or the environment. This ensures that products related to your brand will never end up in the ungraded gray market, and that your company will not be associated with the harmful effects related to the improper disposal of lead, cadmium, silicone, copper, arsenic. It's predicted that recycling will get more efficient and economical as the technology develops. How will you enforce this on out-of-state manufacturers? How will you track the purchase of reused panels, which may come with no serial numbers? People in Maine who live off-grid often do so for one of two reasons. Their remote location makes connecting to the grid prohibitively expensive. On-demand wind power is not efficient or practical in Maine. Without solar panel, they will have little choice but to constantly run a generator on fossil fuel. And second, they want to get away from society and government regulation. If they know they'll be forced to pay extra fees, buy insurance, and submit to regular inspections, they will likely avoid photovoltaic power entirely, and again, rely on fossil fuel.
Ms. Manter, can you find some closure with your testimony? Your 3 minutes are up.
I will try to wrap right up here. The other concern we have is that access to off-grid homes often is not maintained by the public. And what's going to happen if an inspector tries to drive in during mud season? Who's going to repair the road? Are we going to get fined for not allowing access if the road is gated to prevent damage? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate your testimony. Are there questions for Ms. Manter this morning? All right. Thank you for joining our committee.
Thank you for having me.
Are there any other folks in the attendee space here to speak in opposition to the legislation? If you could raise your hand. Jeremy Payne. Welcome, Mr. Payne. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association, here to testify in opposition to LD 1595. As you've heard, the bill would impose a $125 fee per solar panel in order to fund a recycling program, and then also require the state to track, trace, and potentially inspect every single panel that enters the state. This is an enormous administrative undertaking for the department, and it may also create a disincentive for residential homeowners and businesses to consider investing in solar for their roof or their property. It's also important to be aware of the cost of this program would impose on even so-called distributed generation solar projects. For example, Madison Electric Co-op has a 5 megawatt solar farm, which was energized in 2017 and consists of 26,000 modules. This project helps meet 20% of Madison's electric needs, and if 1595 had been law at the time, the co-op would have been required to pay $3.25 million. And then just yesterday, there was a news story mentioning the Good Shepherd Food Bank's move towards solar, which they use to refrigerate their perishable goods. Again, this bill would have had them pay more than $200,000. Further, the $125 fee is pretty close to the average cost of a single panel itself. And this means at the exact moment we're committing to a cleaner energy future, we would be nearly doubling the price for any homeowner, business, or municipality that wishes to pursue solar energy. Today's panels are made of glass, aluminum, and silicon. To our understanding, these materials are relatively clear-cut to recycle. But it is also important to note that many of the other consumer goods contain far more heavy metals than an average solar panel. Things like an iPhone and even AA or AAA batteries. There's no current policy that I'm aware of mandating that consumers pay an exorbitant fee and asking DEP to track, trace, and inspect every AA battery or cell phone that is sold in Maine. So why solar? We applaud the governor for her commitment to clean energy and her full-throated statement that Maine won't wait regarding climate change's harmful impacts on our economy, environment, and public health. But if LD 1595 becomes law and opposes its astronomical costs on Mainers, it's quite clear that homeowners and businesses will in fact choose to wait rather than pay twice the cost to make the transition to clean, Maine-made solar power. We would respectfully ask you to vote ought not to pass, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Are there any questions for Mr. Payne? All right, thank you for joining us. That was the last person I have signed up to testify in opposition. If you're here to speak in opposition, if you could raise your hand. And if you're here to speak neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand. Mr. Goldberg. And if anyone else over there here to speak neither for nor against. Otherwise, I believe this is our last bit of testimony for this bill. Welcome, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Happy to be back. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony, neither for nor against LD 1595 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association. I won't repeat much of what you've heard, but we do support stewardship expectations and programs in general. And for solar panels, they make perfect sense. We expect the volume of this waste to increase as the panels become more affordable, as well as new technology starts replacing old technology. But in its current iteration, this bill does seem to be a bit too discouraging of the future implementation of solar generation. I won't go into the same fee details as described below, but I do want to mention that there seems to be a complementary push in other committees to increase municipal activity in power districts, and this might inhibit that effort. And so to maybe compare the two of those. Finally, there is also some concern for the capacity of our current waste stream to handle these solar panels, i.e. are there recycling facilities approved at the moment to receive solar panels? And if not, how far away will they be for most of our consumers and municipalities? Because there might be one more cost as they transport them far distances. And so while the intent is great, the execution might deserve a second look. I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Are there any questions for Mr. Goldberg from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us. And so are there any other folks in the attendee space here to speak on this piece of legislation? Mr. Capron, I see your hand up, but we only allow one round of public testimony per attendee. So thank you for your interest. The other comment I wanted to make is that Roberta Manter's written testimony is not on the website. So Ms. Manter, if you are able to submit your written testimony to the committee, we would appreciate having a copy. That, I believe, will close our public hearing for LD 1595. Thank you so much, Representative O'Connor, for bringing that forward for us to consider. And at this time, the committee is going to take a break for half an hour for lunch. And when we come back, we'll consider public testimony for 1635 and 1600 in that order. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. All right, ENR committee members, if you're present, we're going to go ahead and get started. Great. All right, so we are on to LD 1635, which is an act to make minor changes and corrections to the statutes administered by the Department of Environmental Protection. And this is going to be introduced by our own Representative Tucker, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Tucker. I'm the state legislator in the House of Representatives from Brunswick, House District 50. Madam Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here today to introduce LD 1635, which is an act to make minor changes and corrections to statutes administered by the Department of Environmental Protection. Each department submits to its committee kind of a corrections bill towards the end of each session. This is one such bill. It does mix some items which are simply corrections with some minor changes which could have some slight substantive effect. And so we're going to go through them with the department today. The reason I am speaking, even though this is a department bill, is because I happen to be the House co-chair, and it's a courtesy to have individual members submit changes. I do not understand all of these changes myself, and I'm simply here to, as a courtesy, to introduce the bill. We have members from the DEP who can go through it section by section. Thank you.
Does anyone have any initial questions for Representative Tucker? All right, with that, I believe we will bring in Victoria Elefthero, I hope I got that right, and Nick Livesey from the DEP.
I don't see them on the list. Oh, here we go.
I think they were in transition through the portal.
Okay.
All right, welcome to you both. I'm not sure which one of you wants to go first, or perhaps you're speaking to different parts of the legislation.
Good afternoon.
Can you
Senator Brent.
Say your last name?
Yes, it's Victoria Eleftheriou. You had it mostly correct.
Thank you.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I am Victoria Eleftheriou, Deputy Director of the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management at the DEP, speaking in support of LD 1635. This is joint testimony with Nick Livesey, Director of the DEP's Bureau of Land Resources, that I'm providing for efficiency. LD 1635 proposes a number of minor clarifications and adjustments to laws administered by the DEP. These changes in statute are considered general cleanup, non-substantive changes, some of which are needed to align with other changes in federal law. Section 1 clarifies the definition of hazardous material response vehicle in state law to include vehicles used by employees of the Division of Response Services within DEP. These vehicles respond to oil and hazardous materials incidents within the state. This clarification authorizes these vehicles to be equipped with certain colored emergency lights for safety reasons when responding to incidents. Section 2 clarifies that underground oil storage tank installers or inspectors that have been certified in another state with equivalent certification requirements may obtain reciprocity certification in Maine, regardless of which state they're a resident of. Section 3 corrects an error whereby the maximum processing and annual license fee in 38 MRS Section 352 for redemption centers was placed under the main Environmental Protection Fund. Instead, these fees are proposed to be added as part of Section 19 of this bill in the Beverage Container Enforcement Fund under the Beverage Container Law. Section 4 repeals language that exempts refiled water quality certification applications from otherwise required licensing or processing fees if the refiling was intended to avoid waiver of the state certification authority. Recent federal case law prohibits the historical practice of withdrawing and refiling water quality certification applications to avoid waiver of state authority. This section aligns state law with current federal law. Section 5 and 6 work in tandem to preserve the ability of owners of property in a coastal sand dune as part of a 14-day permit by rule to make a one-time expansion of residential or commercial structures within existing impervious areas while closing the existing loophole that allows these property owners to establish new parking areas and driveways within a coastal sand dune and then immediately expand structures to cover this new impervious area. Sections 7 through 17 are necessary for Maine to gain state authorization from the US EPA to run a federally approved program for waste oil. These sections make certain adjustments and clarifications to statute to bring Maine in line with those federal requirements. The department currently has rulemaking authority for the transportation, collection, and storage of waste oil. This bill would also add treatment and disposal to that authority. While the current language may allow for the regulation of the treatment and disposal of waste oil, it is not entirely clear. The addition of treatment and disposal to the list of covered areas of rulemaking would clarify any ambiguity. Section 18 is a minor wording change to the plastic bag reduction law. The proposal changes the word use to provide. Section 19 adds language for application licensing fees for redemption centers, initiators of deposit and collection agents that was previously in 38 MRS Section 352, but now is consolidated under the Beverage Container Law. No changes in the amount of those fees are proposed. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Nick Livesey is also available to answer any questions about sections 4 through 6 of this bill.
So it sounds like this is an omnibus fix-it-up bill for the department. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tucker. You're muted. Maybe you were working on finding that button. Okay.
I don't understand section 4. I don't understand the abuse that's being corrected. It sounded really complicated. Do I need to know that? Are you still
I think
there?
that's one of my sections. So section 4, I'm just looking at it to make sure I have my section straight. That's the one that addresses the fee associated with withdrawing and refiling water quality certifications.
Yes.
And effectively, this is unnecessary because the practice of withdrawing and refiling water quality certifications is the kiss of death now for the state. So it used to be because water quality certifications are complex, that it might take more than a year to go through the review process. And sometimes, and many times, a hydropower operator would voluntarily withdraw their water quality certification application and simultaneously refile it. And the point of that is because there's a 1-year deadline in federal statute. And so that could be done over multiple years and everybody went along merrily. But recent case law says that if that's done, the state waives their ability to issue water quality certification, and the federal licensing action that the water quality certification is a part of will move on without state input. And so the department has no intention of waiving its water quality certification obligations or opportunity. So this is this language here saying there's no fee associated with a practice that's now not allowed effectively.
Okay. Thank you. That helps a little bit. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, not seeing any. Are there any folks in the attendee space that are here to speak in favor of the legislation? If you could raise your hand. Anyone here to speak in opposition? Anyone here to speak neither for nor against? All right, I believe that closes our hearing on LD 1635, and we will have a work session scheduled in the future. And that opens up our next public hearing, our last for the day, LD 1600, an act to investigate perifluoral alkyl and polyfluoral alkyl substance contamination of land and groundwater. And this bill is being presented by our own Representative Gramlich. You're muted, Representative.
I always have a smart aleck comment to make when I see people doing that, and that this is karma coming back to me. Thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker, and the committee's indulgence in helping to accommodate my frenetic schedule. So good afternoon, and to the rest of my distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources. I am Lori Gramlich, representing House District 13, which is the town of Old Orchard Beach. I am pleased to present LD 1600, an act to investigate PFAS contamination of land and groundwater. As we have heard many times and are really quite familiar with PFAS being the so-called forever chemical, the toxicity of which poses significant health risks, which increases the risk of certain cancers, interfering with our immune system responses, and lowering a woman's chances of getting pregnant. We know that PFAS are used in thousands of everyday products, including cookware, clothing, food packaging, textiles, car seats, and I have to say it again because I still try to wrap my brain around it, dental floss, to name a few. I know that you all are well aware, but I will reiterate for the record, PFAS do not break down and remain in the environment practically forever unless cleaned up. PFAS have contaminated water and soil across our state, harming our environment and contaminating farmland and our drinking water. Ultimately ending up in our wastewater, PFAS has further contaminated our land and groundwater due to the use of sludge as a fertilizer for farmland. Indeed, PFAS contamination is at crisis levels in Maine. There are at least 2 dairy farms that we know of and more than 100 wells, well water, that have been contaminated, and that is just the tip of the toxic iceberg. Contaminated wells have been found in Fairfield, Arundel, Presque Isle, Fulton, and Trenton. In fact, just this week, the Maine Department of Environmental Protection has included areas in Benton and Unity Township as contamination sites as it continues to test residential wells for PFAS contamination. In fact, the Department of Environmental Protection has a list of over 700 sites where individual and sewer sludge has been spread. It is imperative that we get these sites tested so that we can get a full sense of the contamination. LD 1600 will allow the Department of Environmental Protection to prioritize those sites based on the type and amount of sludge sites received, as well as the likelihood of the site exposing people to the PFAS, such as through their drinking water, that should be tested. We know that this critically important testing comes with a price tag. LD 1600 establishes the Land Application Contaminant Monitoring Fund. This monitoring fund will be funded by a $10 per ton fee assessed on any disposal of septage, industrial sludge, municipal sludge, bioash, wood ash, and other residuals. Because we understand that remediation is expensive, the bill further requires that any unused funds left over after 5 years in the monitoring fund will be transferred to the Uncontrolled Sites Fund to be earmarked for cleanup and remediation of contaminated farmland. While this bill as drafted did not specifically reference leachate, I would like the committee to consider amending this bill with language embedded at the end of my testimony to include leachate. Sadly, PFAS is also ending up in our wastewater and in our rivers through leachate from landfills. This leachate, including leachate shipped in from out of state, is minimally tested before it is sent to wastewater treatment facilities for processing. Once processed, PFAS can again end up in sludge or be discharged into our rivers, causing additional contamination. This contamination places a particular burden on tribal communities who are particularly dependent upon the rivers for their way of life, especially as it pertains to sustenance fishing and clean water. This amendment will require the Department of Environmental Protection to set up a program to test leachate for PFAS before the leachate is delivered to wastewater treatment facilities. It will also require the department to set a maximum allowable level for PFAS and toxic metals by 2024. I urge you to vote unanimously to pass as amended to LD 1600. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration. I appreciate your indulgence, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions so far regarding the legislation for Representative Gramlich? All right, not seeing any. I will bring, where did she go? I think next up is Representative Perry. Oh, yep, Representative Hanley.
Yes, I'd like to find the amended language. Do we have that posted yet?
It should be. You said it was at the end of your testimony, Representative Gramlich?
Yes, Senator. And Representative Hanley, I also asked our analyst to send it out to the committee. I think I asked him last night or this morning. I can't remember, but I did ask that it also get sent. But it is attached at the end of my testimony as well.
Which he did at 5:45.
Yeah, it's up on the website now. Welcome, Representative Perry. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I think this is maybe only the second time in my 5 terms that I've testified in front of the Environment Committee. Good afternoon now, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Wayne Perry. I proudly represent District 10, which includes towns of Arundel, Dayton, and portions of Lyman. I'm honored to appear here today to support LD 1600, an act to investigate, and I'll say PFAS, substances, contamination of land and groundwater. PFAS issue is starting to affect every corner of the great state of Maine. It is very disturbing that the agencies overseeing this issue have not come forward to address them on their own. I really wish the bill like this was unnecessary. The agencies that are supposed to oversee the protection of our environment did not do so with regards to the harms caused by PFAS. As a matter of fact, one of the farms that's been destroyed is one that is included in my district, Stone Ridge Farms, Inc. And they were told by these very agencies that the stuff they were spreading on the farms was safe. We know that of a few of these problems that currently exist, but these agencies don't seem to want to step up for the other possible farms facing the same predicament. We know that the agency refused to cover previous testing costs for the farms that we know about, which is potentially would be potentially a friendly amendment to this bill. Although I have some reservations with the scope of the funding source of this bill, I believe the committee members will be able to narrow that some. I would believe that we could openly I believe we could be opening a can of worms here, as hurting more farms without compensation should not be done. Protecting our food supplies along with protecting the farm should be paramount. I'm sure there's plenty of representatives here from the various agencies. The fields at the Maine Correctional Center in Windham is one place that they should be testing right away. I grew up right up the street from the Correctional Center in Windham. They have just put a vegetable farm for the prison right on top of a previous area that SD Warren dumped sludge back in the 60s and 70s. My mother went down and talked to them as they were working on this garden, and they brushed her off. My mother's lived right up the street from there for 55 years. When these places find out about areas that could have possible contamination, I would think they would be looking at it right away. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions I can.
Does the committee have any questions for Representative Perry? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up will be Victoria Elefthero from the DEP. Oof. I've learned how to pronounce the PFAS, the PFOA and PFAS. I'm gonna get your name. I'm gonna do it.
That's okay. There's still opportunity to do so.
Great.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee, I am Victoria Eleftheriou, Deputy Director of the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management at DEP, speaking neither for nor against LD 1600. This bill would require the department to develop and implement a program to test soil and groundwater for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, commonly known as PFAS, at locations licensed to land apply residuals. The department supports PFAS testing at these locations, but has several concerns with the approach proposed in this bill. They involve prioritization of sites for testing, practicality of the testing schedule, and the absence of time needed to remediate contaminated sites if discovered. We'll also briefly discuss the proposed fee and fiscal impact. We are aware that an amendment regarding leachate has been proposed, but have not fully evaluated it. The department offers to work with the sponsor and the committee to address our concerns. The bill requires the department to prioritize locations that received industrial residuals prior to 2015 and complete testing of these locations by 2022, with testing of the remaining locations that received residuals prior to 2019 by 2023. Based on our records, as you've already heard, this would require testing of approximately 700 sites. Each of these sites may involve one or many parcels with potentially separate owners. Some locations were historically licensed but have since surrendered their license, and all or portions of these locations may have been sold and are now under private ownership. 38 MRS Section 347C gives the department the right of inspection and entry. However, it's unclear if the phrase historically licensed or permitted to apply residuals in the bill is meant to compel investigation of this group of sites under the provisions of that law. Current evidence from our work in Fairfield confirms the need to investigate sludge land application sites. However, as currently drafted, LD 1600 would have caused us to defer testing fields in Fairfield until the second year of the proposed program because these fields did not receive industrial residuals as prioritized by this bill. Based on testing done during 2019 and 2020, the results indicate that sludges contain PFAS at concentrations which could impact groundwater. Very limited testing of septage done to date indicates that septage may also contain PFAS at levels of concern. Testing so far on bioash does not indicate this material contains PFAS at levels warranting testing. The department does not have data regarding levels of PFAS in wood ash, but does not anticipate that it would contain PFAS at levels warranting testing. Based on this information, the department recommends that the bill focus on sludges and septage as the residuals that are most likely to be of concern. Consistent with our investigative approach in all our remediation programs, the department is developing a prioritization system for testing land application sites. We expect to complete this work soon and recommend additional testing locations based on this system once finalized. As drafted, the amount of work required under this bill within the specified timeframes is ambitious. The department's ability to quickly acquire staff resources and/or establish contracts with the private sector and gain access for testing is a concern. Another factor is that soils investigation is difficult during the winter months when the ground is frozen, so limited investigative work could only be accomplished during this time. Regardless of whether the department uses a combination of staff resources and private contractors to perform this work, with the volume of sites needing investigation and seasonal limitation, it will be difficult at best to meet these proposed deadlines. Thus, the department recommends adjusting the proposed completion date. LD 1600 requires the department to complete testing of all locations by 2023, regardless of site type or complexity. As previously noted, we believe the state should be modified. The bill prioritizes only the testing of locations that receive residuals for land application without consideration for the need to provide treatment. Simply put, if LD 1600 was in effect when the department conducted initial sampling in Fairfield, the aggressive directive of this bill would have caused us to move on to test the next site instead of expanding our investigation, identifying the extent of impacts, and most importantly, installing filter systems. Test results from our work in Fairfield have identified some of the highest concentrations in drinking water that we've seen in Maine. These levels warranted immediate action, but will be problematic for the department to address if our resources are required to focus only on investigating sites. Our experience indicates that our work related to PFAS is of significant public interest and is tracked accordingly by both environmental groups and the public, with an expectation that identified impacts and risks from PFAS will be remediated immediately. We support the need to address contaminated drinking water supplies in a timely manner to ensure that the public has safe water to drink. The department estimated potential revenue from the proposed $10 per ton fee for the handling of sludges and septage. The department estimated the fee based on handling as opposed to disposal, as disposal only refers to landfilling or incineration. It would not capture land application of residuals. Estimating projected revenue was difficult because septage is generally reported in gallons and sludge is generally reported in cubic yards or tons. The department suggests modifying the bill language to account for these differences in reporting units if a fee is established. Based on the applied assumptions and 2019 data, the department estimates annual revenue in the vicinity of $3.6 million for sludges and septage. Presumably, this cost will be passed on to ratepayers, homeowners, or commercial businesses. It is not clear when this fee would commence. In summary, current department resources would not be adequate to implement a program of this magnitude. However, the department recognizes the need to evaluate locations historically licensed or permitted to land apply sludge or septage. The governor is proposing PFAS-related work be a high priority, and significant funding for this work will be included in the budget cleanup package. This is consistent with recommendations from the governor's task force, and the department is committed to moving forward with these. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have either now or at work session.
Thank you, Ms. Eleftheriou. Are there questions? Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Eleftheriou, thanks for your testimony. You undoubtedly heard Representative Perry. It was a fairly significant thing I heard him say, and I just wanted to ask you, is it true that the DEP told farms that the sludge was safe?
It's true that the department licenses the land application of this material, and it's important to remember that at the time the material was placed, none of us had heard about PFAS. These are emerging contaminants that we're only now discovering. Maybe the manufacturers knew about these contaminants, but we didn't. So that's an important fact to consider. But as far as the facilities that land applied this material, they were in full compliance with the terms and conditions of their licenses and what is required by state law and federal law.
And I asked the question not in an accusatory way at all. It's just really just trying to kind of like get some lessons from this for the future as well, because you know, we do this and repeatedly come back upon the same problems. What would be interesting for me, this bill is, I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, I'll disclose that, but the reason I co-sponsor, and I heard your testimony, and I really would like this to work well. And you guys have the responsibility under this bill and generally to manage most of this problem and particularly in terms of identification of the issue and the remediation. And it would be really helpful to get more specificity about your plans for doing this and what kind of flows of funds you're going to need from the legislature in order to address this, so we can begin to get our heads around it. And both of the pieces of finding out, in a sensible plan for discovering the problem and learning about it, and then what we've learned about remediation costs. I know it's a bit of a moving target because the commissioner testified on an earlier bill. We're still learning, and the technology for remediation is also changing. So I recognize all those weaknesses in trying to plan, but it would really be helpful, I think, for us to know what you know and what kinds of uncertainties you're dealing with, and so we can prepare ourselves for our role.
Thank
Just
you.
Just a little task for work session. But thank you.
Representative Hanley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your testimony. I won't try to ruin your name. I'll just continue from there. It's obvious everybody is on the same side of the issue. But I listened to all your concerns about the legislation. And so my question will be to the sponsor and co-sponsor, more or less. Are you willing to work with the department and try to make a really good workable bill out of this, so that we have something that is workable, useful, and effective? And so I guess that question goes to Representative Gamish and Senator Bennett.
And Representative Perry too, I believe, if he's up for the task.
Yeah, I don't want to leave Representative Perry out of this.
Well, at the risk of going into work session waters, I will simply say that there was a meeting with the department earlier this week with some of the advocates, and by all means, am I receptive to continuing to work with the department so that we can address this critically important issue.
Representative Perry.
Yeah, just a real quick statement. All along, I sponsored another bill in another committee on the same issue and my biggest concern has been from the beginning that we don't forget these farms that have been destroyed, because this material was told to them. And I totally understand the lady from the DEP, but they were told that it was okay. And we've got farms all over this state that have been destroyed or are being destroyed as we speak. And we can't forget about them. And sometimes some of this stuff in the future, we forget about them. And that's just important.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any additional questions for Ms. Eleftheriou? Okay, I have one question for you. I guess what I would love to know is the 700 sites that you indicated, are those identified based on data from municipalities, from the DEP, from wastewater treatment plants? How are those sites identified?
The 700 sites make up both sludge and septage licensees. So they're all sites where the department has issued a license to. So we have, right, to land apply, correct. And so we have a list of their names and locations where they have land applied.
And does everyone who's land applied have to register in some way and receive a license? Or are there folks out there who have applied that have not registered?
In order to land apply, they would need a license from the department, and that's in order to land apply some kind of sludge, septage, residuals. They need a license to do that.
And what year does that date back to? The
That
inspection using-
probably dates back to the late 70s.
Okay. And there was like a point when you were not allowed to spread this product, and then the federal law changed. And can you explain that part?
I actually cannot explain that part, but I
Okay.
can certainly get some information on that for you and bring it to work session.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I guess I'd also love to know what you feel like the timeline would be if the funds were infinite in order to be able to test these 700 sites or other sites that emerged as concern. Like what do we need for time?
That's a difficult question for me to answer right now. We're almost complete with our prioritization schedule, and that would help me in terms of more intelligently answering the schedule question. But certainly if resources are unlimited and the department has additional staff, you know, our hope is that this would be made a priority, and you know, we could meet you know, the schedule with a little bit of extension to it.
Can you share with us, maybe not now, but by email or something, what the criteria are for the priority list?
Sure. Let me briefly tell you right now, because Senator Bennett asked that question as well, and we can talk more about that at work session. But basically, the priority consists of knowing the type and quantity of residuals land applied, including whether they took industrial wastewater, the years applied, is a consideration, and then the proximity to sensitive receptors as well, public drinking water wells, private drinking water wells. So we need to look at the complete package, and then, you know, rank these sites based on that information.
Great, thank you. Senator Bennett, I think, has an additional question.
I do, and thank you for the indulgence. I just want to be clear, because there's a sense of urgency about this. I know that you feel it in the executive branch, but in the legislative branch, we'll probably be out of session in about 6 or 7 weeks. And so I want to make sure that we do everything we can between now and then. And this bill, I think, is really important. And if you could, I'd really, in addition to my other information requests, if you could be really specific when we work this bill about amendments that you think are important to the bill in order to make it work, and particularly the dates, you know, or the, because the amended, my understanding is that Representative Gramlich crafted the amendment with participation from the department, and apparently it doesn't suit everything you're looking for. So I just want to make sure we don't do too much back and forth with respect to making something that works for you, particularly along the deadlines. So if you could be specific about that when we work it, it'd be really helpful, I think, to the committee. Thank you.
Representative Hanley has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know if the department has ever tested the Wyndham Correctional Site for these chemicals? And if you don't know that, could you get that for the work session?
I can certainly get that information for you.
Thank you.
Representative Tucker. You're muted, Representative.
The committee's been very concerned about PFAS as it emerged over the last couple of sessions. And this committee has been concerned about it from the very beginning. In fact, one of our very first votes in this committee was over the concern of funding for helping with PFAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any additional questions? All right, Ms. Eleftherio, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All All right, so if folks in the attendee space want to raise their hand, if they're here to speak in favor of the legislation, and we'll bring you in. Ms. Woodbury. Oh, goodness. Lots of hands going up. All right. Welcome, Ms. Woodbury.
Welcome. Sorry about that. Just trying to get situated. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and we are pleased to support LD 1600 and thank Representative Gramlich for bringing this forward. The committee has previously heard bills related to PFAS that would help stop the pollution at the source. It's essential that we try to prevent future contaminations, but we also need to investigate the extent of current contaminations across the state. The source of contamination in Fairfield, as well as high levels of PFAS in the beef and milk at Tozier Farm, was municipal and industrial sludge used as fertilizer. The same materials were responsible for ruining the Stone Ridge Dairy Farm. Limited data has also shows fields receiving sludge more recently are also contaminated. DEP required sludge producers to test the fields where they wanted to apply contaminated sludge in 2019. Over half, 57%, exceeded the state screening threshold for just a single PFAS. Yet despite the alarming pattern of PFAS contamination, only a handful of sites have actually been tested. DEP has a list of more than 700 sites where sludge has been spread. We need to get these sites tested to get a handle on the entire scope of the contamination. LD 1600 would require DEP to test all these sites and to prioritize those believed most likely to be contaminated or where the contamination is most likely to result in exposure. There is no doubt that completing all of this testing will be expensive. The DEP currently doesn't have the resources necessary to take on this project. To help alleviate costs, this bill will set up a land application contaminant monitoring fund. The monitoring fund will be funded by a $10 per ton fee assessed on any disposal of septage, as well as industrial and municipal sludge. We must also start addressing the cost of remediation. The cost to farmers has been incredibly burdensome. There is currently little help from the state or federal government to help clean up the contaminated farms. This has, for good reason, made many farmers leery of getting their land tested. This bill will require that any unused funds from fees assessed that are left over after 5 years in the monitoring fund will be transferred to the uncontrolled sites fund to be earmarked for cleanup and remediation for the farmers. Additionally, proposed amendment by Representative Gramlich adds a provision to this bill requiring leachate to be tested for PFAS prior to being processed by water treatment facilities. PFAS has been widely identified in landfill leachate. This PFAS is going to end up in our sludge or our water discharged into our waterways. This source of contamination has been a particular concern to Maine's tribal communities who are more likely to be heavily exposed to PFAS from sustenance fishing. And just very quickly, I wanted to address the concerns put forth by the department. We had a meeting with Dave Burns in the department. Unfortunately, Victoria was not there. I would urge the department to look at that language, which we sent earlier this week, which Representative Gramlich has put forward. We amended that language based on their concerns about timing. We pushed the timing out 2 or 3 years. We also amended the language around the prioritization based on what Victoria was mentioning, based on those conversations with Dave Burns in the department that we had on Monday. We believe that the amendment would address almost all of the concerns that were raised by the department, although we are happy to continue to meet with them and discuss anything else that they feel hasn't been addressed. So this bill will help the state get the information it needs to move forward in addressing these issues, and we urge the committee to unanimously pass as amended. Thank you.
1 second to spare. Nice job, Ms. Woodbury. Any questions for Ms. Woodbury? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Lippincott will be next. Mr. Lippincott.
Does that work?
There you are. Welcome.
Thanks
for joining us.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Bill Lippincott. I'm the chair of Don't Waste Maine. We're a coalition of people from all over Maine advocating for responsible solid waste policies. I live in Hamden. Yesterday, I submitted written testimony for Don't Waste Maine in support of LD 1600, in particular the amendment for PFAS testing of landfill leachate. But today I want to talk about my own experience in Hamden, which is the location of the now closed special waste Pine Tree landfill. Among the special wastes that Pine Tree took in while operating were industrial sludge and sewage treatment plant sludge, which we know are high in PFAS forever chemicals. The Pine Tree landfill is surrounded on 3 sides by the Sowdapscot stream and its tributaries, which flow into the Penobscot River a few miles downstream. And in its annual reports, Casella, which operated the landfill, describes the Sowdapscot as, quote, a barrier to residential wells on the other side of the stream. In other words, the contaminated leachate from the landfill doesn't reach those wells because it goes into the stream first. This landfill is now closed, but it's still leaking badly, and it has been for many years, despite 10 years of remediation. But it's not being tested for PFAS. So we have no idea the degree to which PFAS chemicals are entering the stream. We do know that the landfill is contaminating the groundwater. That was one of the major reasons it was shut down. The landfill is surrounded by residential homes with dug wells, which are vulnerable to groundwater contamination. So we need to know if that groundwater is contaminated with PFAS. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a matter of if, but a matter of how much. So we need testing for landfill leachate for the Pine Tree landfill, for Juniper Ridge, for the Crossroads landfill in Norwich Walk. And I urge you to support LD 1600, including and especially the amendment for testing landfill leachate. And if I was there in person, I would hand out some maps to show you just how vulnerable the stream and residences are. And after my talk, I can mail the committee those maps. So thank you very much, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lippincott. It would be really helpful to see them, and you can submit them or email them to us or mail them, whichever is most convenient for you.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. Lippincott? Also, I don't see a copy of your written testimony submitted, so you could also email that along too, and we'll make sure it gets disseminated to the committee.
Great, I will do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions from the committee? All right, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up is Dawn Neptune Adams.
Hello, folks. Bear with me as I get prepared.
Welcome, Ms. Adams.
Hi, thank you for the welcome. I need to pull up my testimony here.
Take your time.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the ENR committee. My name is Dawn Neptune Adams, and I am a Penobscot Nation tribal member, currently living in Brewer. I am here to speak in favor of LD 1600, an act to investigate per and polyfluoroalkyl substance contamination of land and groundwater, and specifically of the landfill leachate amendment found in Section 4, levels of PFAS and heavy metals in landfill leachate. But first, I'd like to thank Representative Lori Gramlich for sponsoring the bill, and also Senator Bennett and many others for co-sponsoring. Penobscot elders have been praying for the water. The Penobscot River is being polluted by the state-owned, privately run Juniper Ridge landfill. Landfill leachate is a waste byproduct created when rainwater filters down through layers of solid waste in a landfill, collecting a toxic cocktail of chemicals along the way. The leachate is then trucked to the Nine Dragons paper Mill wastewater treatment plant in Old Town, processed and dumped in the Penobscot River. One of the things we do is we amplify our elders when they speak, and I'm going to amplify Kathy Paul, who is a Penobscot elder and activist. She says, "I've been fighting that dump ever since it came because we didn't want it. It was supposed to be originally just for paper mills. We all feel that connection to something, and I'm connected to the water. I am the water. We are the water. I'm going to do the best I can to bring people together so they can help me do something, because this water is your water too. My heart is speaking to all of you today, and I hope that all of us can get together and do something as one." End quote. According to Juniper Ridge landfill monthly status reports, the volume of leachate varies. We think this is because of varying levels of precipitation. But in the last 12 months, 15,754,040 gallons of chemical-laden leachate was shipped to Nine Dragons Paper Mill for processing. According to the Penobscot Nation's Natural Resources Department, the paper mill treatment plant does not have the capacity to adequately process and test for the complex and constantly changing toxins contained in the leachate, and this includes PFAS and heavy metals. Penobscot and Ojibwe elder Charlene Francis says, "What we're doing to ourselves with this landfill leachate is totally unacceptable. I grew up being taught that everything in creation is sacred, with not one thing being more important than the other. So while I pray for the water, I also pray for all of creation, because we are all, everything in creation is interconnected. When we harm one thing, we harm ourselves." Because of a loophole in Maine waste policy, an estimated 30 to 40% of the trash brought to Juniper Ridge landfill comes from other states. This includes trash not allowed in out-of-state landfills because of more stringent regulation. The things that are brought in are construction, demolition, and excavation debris, and wastewater sludge, which contains PFAS and heavy metals. The Penobscot people view the assault on the Penobscot River as a clear example of environmental racism and an example of environmental injustice for all affected communities on the river. We take our kinship responsibility to care for the river very seriously, and we do this for all the people of Maine. I am going to send you 2 videos that were recently made by Sunlight Media Collective, detailing all of this. I really think it would be beneficial for us all if landfill leachate was tested for PFAS and heavy metals. The water is all interconnected and we all drink it. This affects all of us, just as it affects, when there's PFAS on our farms, that affects us all because we all eat food. These are 2 things that are necessary for life, food and water. And I'm not just talking about our human relatives, I'm talking about our non-human relatives as well. When the Penobscot people speak out about contamination, we are speaking for human and non-human relatives.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to have you find closure for your testimony.
I'm all done.
Thank you for joining us. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Adams? I'm grateful for the time you've given us today and for sharing your words. Thank you. Next up, Fred Stone. Mr. Stone, welcome.
I'm sorry, push the right button here. Thank you very much for your time, members of the committee. My name is Fred Stone, along with my wife, Laura. We own and operate Stonehenge Farm, which is a 3-generation dairy farm in Arundel. Started by my grandfather in 1914. It was taken over by his son, and then was taken over by my wife and I in 1977. There's 2 pieces that I gave, that I put in submission to this committee. The first page is an official Department of Environmental Protection permit that we received We started spreading sludge in 1983. That would have been with SD Warren. We continued on for the next 21 years until 04 when our last permit ran out. The one that I've submitted for to this committee was one that was received that went from, excuse me, 1986 until 1991 and would have been with Kennebunk Sewer District. And if I may be redundant and repeat, it states on item number 1, will not pollute any water of the state of Maine. Number 2, will not contaminate any abundant air. Number 3, will not constitute a health welfare, or I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize. I'm nervous as a son of a gun here. I'm a dairy farmer, not a public speaker. Will not create a nuisance. The second item that I put into for your review is a letter that we received on November 3rd of 2016. It would have been from Kennebunk Water District, stating that the water in the aquifer is contaminated with PFAS. We would not have known that that water was contaminated with PFAS if it hadn't been for Kennebunk Water's testing. Now, I will redundant say that the last time we did any sludge spreading on that farm was in 04. We did sludge spreading for 21 years with nothing stating that this stuff was contaminated. And I will take exception with the fine people from Department of Environmental Protection that this chemical has been around since the 40s and was widely known. The EPA knew that it was a carcinogen way back in the early 70s or late 60s. Number 2, we also did custom work for Gunquit and Kennebunk under DEP supervision. And we have a letter from DEP stating that there was never any infractions. We never got as much as a parking ticket from them in the 21 years that we spread material on our own farm and all the custom work that we did. I have that in a letter from DEP stating that very fact. And I will say that anything that I say before this committee or any other committees that I have spoke before, I have all the documentation to prove it. This is a big problem, my friends. We were told by the Department of by DEP back in March of 19 that we were an anomaly, that this did not happen anywhere else. And that was actually the March that we went public with this, knowing from that letter that we got, because when we received that letter from Kennebunk Water, we immediately contacted the Department of Ag and Oakhurst Dairy that there was a problem with the water. And that December, our milk was at 1,400, and that was when we were suspended. And then the litany goes on from there, and I won't bore you with all the gory details. Financially, we are a train wreck. I had a retirement plan in November 2nd of 16. Now I do not. The farm is useless or worthless because it's contaminated. The cattle and what have you are contaminated. Those are our assets. That's our farm. That's our living. That's how we make our lives. We've been dairy farmers all our lives. The cows are the ones that, you take care of the cows take care of you. The cows didn't ask for this. We were told all the way along that we were doing our civic duty by taking this material. It was a win-win situation for both the municipalities when we were doing field spreading and for us because of the nutrients that were involved in the materials themselves. And we were told that right up until the very end. In fact, you can actually go into New Hampshire where they are still doing field spreading, or in parts of Massachusetts where they still are. It's a problem. And it's not just because it's a dairy farm, it could be a veggie farm. And the solution for pollution is dilution is a good idea with the Department of Ag on milk, but it doesn't work with vegetables and beef. Those are direct contaminants, and those go directly in your body. My number is 111. Yours should be 2. My wife's is 95. My daughter's is 25. My son is 45. I have health problems because of this stuff. My daughter has health problems. My wife and my son do. We did everything by the book, and here we are. And the only thing that we've gotten is, well, you trusted us. You screwed up. Thank you very much, the Department of Ag and DEP. I really much appreciate it. I'm sorry, I am just a little bit beyond upset. I thank Representative Perry. I also thank Representative Henry Ingerson. Those people would listen to us and came out to the farm and wanted to try to help us. Believe me, they were probably the few that actually did. Most everybody else kind of just blows us off and we're a crackpot. I've got dairy cows in my herd that go back 5 and 6 generations. This is a dairy farm that, we wouldn't have been shipping our milk to Oakhurst for umpteen zillion years if we were a crackpot operation. Thank you very much for your time. I apologize for being just a little bit upset. I will be more than happy to calm down and take your questions if you have any that you would like to know. I guess I am one of 700 now that I know that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. As a farmer myself, your story rests heavily on my shoulders.
As it
Thank you
should.
for coming. Representative Gramlich.
With your indulgence, Madam Chair, I just want to publicly apologize, Mr. Stone, for everything that you and your family have gone through. And I appreciate you coming forward and sharing your story.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from the committee? All right, thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you very much for your time.
Next up is Heather Spalding.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the ENR committee. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, MOFGA. I'm speaking today in support of LD 1600 and want to express great appreciation to Representative Gramlich for your leadership in addressing this critical issue, and to all of you for listening to these important bills through this session. And also to all the people who've testified before me. I feel like those are all tough acts to follow. During this legislative session, we've testified on many PFAS bills, and for context and posterity, I've included in my written remarks language from prior testimony, but I'll try to abbreviate my oral remarks. So the Department of Ag and Environmental Protection have told us many times that Maine needs funding to build capacity for ongoing expanded research and mitigation of PFAS contamination. Testing is expensive, and the cost burden should not fall on public citizens whose environments have been poisoned through no fault of their own. The cost of testing should fall on the chemical manufacturers and the entities that knowingly sell contaminated sludge. Generating funds through fees on sludge seems appropriate, akin to the registration fees required for selling pesticides in Maine. Those fees amass more than enough funding to run Maine's Board of Pesticides Control, and in fact, they generate a surplus each year. I understand from the Maine Water Environment Association that fees on sludges derived from public water and wastewater systems could amount to more than $1 million. And we just heard from Ms. Eleftheriou from DEP that revenue could exceed $3 million. We do feel that a critical and urgent action should be turning off the PFAS tap to ensure that the class of forever chemicals stops adding to the many contaminants of municipal sludge. In fact, PFAS is just one of many taps needing to be turned off, but we do appreciate that there is great focus on this particular class of chemicals. Organic certification prohibits the use of biosolids as soil amendments due to its many toxic contaminants. So while we're on the topic of PFAS and sludge, it's important to know that it can contain thousands of toxic substances and chemical compounds such as PCBs, chlorinated pesticides, dioxins, heavy metals, bacteria, viruses, asbestos, petroleum products, and industrial solvents. If municipal sludge were not so badly contaminated with chemicals, many of which come from everyday household products, there would be many more options for safe recycling of biosolids to build healthy carbon sequestering soils. We hope that you'll support LD 1600 and all of the PFAS-focused bills for which we have provided testimony during this legislative session. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Spalding. Nice to see you.
You too.
Any questions for Ms. Spalding? All right, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Next up is Sam Bullard.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. Hello, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Sam Bullard. I use she, they pronouns, and I am here as a resident of Bangor and the co-program director of the Peace and Justice Center of Eastern Maine. Today, I am testifying in support of LD 1600 because I believe in protecting Maine's waterways from mistreatment. In my area of Maine, we have all been hurt witnessing the blatant pollution of our lands and waters by companies such as Juniper Ridge Landfill, Nine Dragons Paper Mill. Every day, countless gallons of leachate containing minimally tested PFAS are permitted by the government current regulations to be dumped straight into the Penobscot River. The landfill continues to take toxic waste from other places outside Maine that are not even permitted to be dumped in their places of origin. We are allowing our state's natural integrity to be violated by out-of-state interests purely out of convenience for them and a disregard for our own lands. At the very least, our state could do better by enacting legislation that further protects our ecosystems from harmful chemicals. This issue also lives at the heart of Maine's community. So much of Maine is made up of our beautiful rivers, lakes, and other natural resources. These are all incredibly important to the Wabanaki people, who have always been stewards and protectors of the land. With the current levels of pollution permitted in our waters, we are seeing what was once clean drinking and fishing waters turn into toxic landscapes, slowly poisoning our wildlife and our communities who depend on these waterways. For far too long, the colonial mindset has desecrated and polluted vital parts of ourselves and the world we live in. Allowing such levels of waste into our ecosystems is an attack and on all of our community. It is for these reasons I am in support of LD 1600. I urge you all to pass this bill so that we can work together to protect and uphold the integrity of our state's ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bullard. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Next up is Hillary Lister. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Hillary Lister, and I live in Athens. I'm testifying in support of LD 1600 and specifically want to address amendments to LD 1600 that would require the DEP to set up a program to test landfill leachate for PFAS prior to the leachate being delivered to a wastewater treatment facility. It would also set maximum allowable levels for PFAS and toxic metals in landfill leachate by 2024, from what I understand of the amendment. As a result of state agencies, both in Maine and surrounding states, restricting the land spreading of biosolids that are contaminated with PFAS compounds, significant volumes are now ending up going into our landfills. According to the Maine PFAS Task Force report, Maine municipalities spent hundreds of thousands of dollars more than they had budgeted in 2019 to send PFAS-contaminated wastewater sludge to landfills instead of using it as a soil amendment. Now, most other Northeast states have either significant restrictions on the landfilling of sludge and septage, or they simply ban it. Maine has no similar restrictions or bans, and these are the materials that are highly likely to contain significant levels of PFAS. In the past, biosolids were often imported into Maine from other states for agricultural land spreading. Now, with the bans on land spreading, these out-of-state waste materials are increasingly filling up landfills in Maine and generating pressure for new landfills to be licensed for these materials. In the past couple years, the DEP has licensed 3 new landfills that would be able to accept these materials. It includes major expansion of the state-owned JRL landfill operated by Casella in Old Town, which included significant capacity for sludge disposal. The DEP also recently approved a new sludge landfill in Heartland, and this past week issued draft approval for a new 48-acre landfill authorized to accept out-of-state sludge and other special waste materials in Norridge Walk. Combined, these landfills generate tens of millions of gallons of leachate per month, and discharge from these landfills is approved through wastewater treatment facilities. For Old Town, the wastewater treatment facility discharges directly into the Penobscot River. The Heartland facility would discharge into the Sebasticook River, and the Norridge Walk facility is authorized to discharge into the Kennebec. In 2019, the DEP tested fish for PFAS levels at 6 locations along the Kennebec River, along with several locations on the Androscoggin and Kennebunk rivers. And the highest levels of PFAS in the study were found in the Kennebec fish caught at the testing location below the Shawmut Dam. This dam is directly downstream from the discharge location. I see my time is running out here. I'll try and wrap this up. The PFAS levels in those fish were more than twice those of those tested any other location. We really need to take action to make sure that Maine's laws are on par with the regulations in surrounding states, or else Maine is really going to become a target for disposal of these materials. We also saw this in 2019 with disposal of over 250,000 gallons of PFAS contaminated leachate from New Hampshire into the Kennebec River. I've submitted written testimony that includes more of these details, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And thank you for working on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Lister. We do have your testimony, so I appreciate that. Any questions for Ms. Lister? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Not a question really, Ms. Lister, but just to thank you for assembling that information in a very informative way.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Are there any other attendees here who wish to speak in favor of the legislation? If you could raise your hand in the attendee space. And anybody here to speak in opposition to the legislation, if you could raise your hand. Mr. Sawyer. Welcome, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you very much, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker. My name is Brad Sawyer. I'm a resident of Augusta and here on behalf of the Maine Rural Water Association. I'd like to state right off the bat that we certainly do not oppose this entire bill and recognize that testing certainly needs to be carried out in soil and water across the state. We oppose this legislation for one reason. My guess is at this point, everyone on the committee could probably take a guess and get the answer right due to my previous experiences. We don't believe that the people of Maine should be financially responsible for the cleanup and mitigation of PFAS. That's what this bill would do through fees on publicly owned treatment works and wastewater facilities. They are publicly owned. They are municipal or quasi-municipal districts. They are not out to make a buck. They derive their money from ratepayers, your constituents. And as previously mentioned, Mr. Wade from Tim Wade from MWEA has put forward testimony. They estimate that this would be in excess of $1 million coming from the ratepayers of utilities here in Maine. We really think that this should be something that is funded at a state or federal level. I understand the speed at which the federal level moves, but with some of the recent funding that has come down from them, we do believe that there are avenues for funding for this program. I understand that legislation is often considered in a vacuum, and I think that is reasonable to really focus on that piece of legislation. But I would argue PFAS bills should be considered slightly differently. There are a number of bills in multiple committees this year that will affect publicly owned community utilities. And while one bill, one fee increase seems insignificant, it really isn't when put all together. These utilities already have rates that people in their communities object to for being high. And I think that you're going to see a lot of folks have to raise rates on their neighbors if all of these should go through as written. So I just urge caution and thought that there are Mainers that are on the hook financially for this that had no intention of using PFAS, no intention of disposing of PFAS, and that should be a part of the conversation. I thank you for the time, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Any questions for Mr. Sawyer? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. There is, let's see. There's one person in the attendee space who's on the phone who would like to testify. So I'm gonna turn his mic on. And I think, Mr. Spencer, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you, Senator Brenner. Thank you, Representative Tucker, members of the committee, for your patient listening to this compelling testimony. I live about 1.75 miles from the state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill here. And in the latest statistics I have, in a one-year period from June 2018 until May 2019, the state's landfill took in 65,000 tons of sewage sludge. That's about 2,100 tractor trailer loads that made their way all the way up here to exit 199 on Interstate 95. Well, we know that material has PFAS in it. You've heard testimony and seen written testimony about how it gets into the Penobscot River, and once this PFAS is in the landfill, I'm thinking there's 3 places that PFAS need to be tested for. One is certainly in the outflow, where the leachate is released with other liquids into the Penobscot River. The other one is the test wells that surround the state landfill. And also the leachate should be tested for it as it's leaving the landfill. Mr. Lippincott testified about the problems at the Pine Tree landfill in Hamden. I anticipate, unfortunately, similar problems at this, unfortunately, state-owned dump. So we have to be aware of the magnitude of this problem, and I commend you for confronting this issue in a bipartisan way. And I think we just need to work together, and first to identify and also remediate. And as far as the funding, I'm okay with putting a fee on sludge disposal, and because I think that can be shared by citizens of Maine without too much of a burden. But also, I urge you and the rest of us to lobby our federal representation to get some help there for funding for state agencies to investigate and respond to this emerging crisis. But we have to measure it before we know just what the issues really are. So I thank you for your time. I sent in some written testimony, and I'll probably be in touch with you pretty soon on other issues. Thank you.
Mr. Spencer, we do have your written testimony. Thank you for that. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Spencer? I don't see any hands going up. Thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Are there any other folks in the attendee space here to speak neither for nor against? Neil Goldberg.
Hello one more time.
Welcome.
Thank you. As it appears that I might be the last testimony of the day, I'll try to make it brief. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing provisional testimony, neither for nor against LD 1600 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association. As has been iterated previously, this is a great idea for a fund. The extent of PFAS contamination in our land and waters needs to be known. The use of it long surpassed our knowledge that we knew that it was harmful, and we need to find ways to remediate that. But as eloquently stated by Mr. Sawyer before me, this does put the cost of funding this fund equally amongst all Mainers. And it's going to really strain the budgets of many of our wastewater treatment plants. Many of them that are small and municipally owned are already struggling to fulfill their vital service to their residents, and are going to have to find a way to draw funds to come up with that $1 million that other individuals have mentioned. And so we would encourage bringing in the responsible parties, the real manufacturers of these products, the ones that are bringing the products into our state before they even wind up at wastewater treatment plants. And so we'd be looking for some sort of collaboration on that. But we appreciate your thoughtful consideration, and it's definitely an important matter. So thank you for your time, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Any questions for Mr. Goldberg? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that ends our public hearing for LD 1600. Thank you, Representative Gramlich, for bringing that forward. Appreciate the effort. And that closes that public hearing for today. And I think next up, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you again, Senator and Representative Tucker, for accommodating my crazy schedule today. Thank you very, very much. I really, really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to move Mr. Stone back into the attendee space. So I think what we have left for today is some language review with Mr. Tartikoff. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. I've been here all day.
You've been hiding behind your name.
Yeah. So Deirdre, actually, there's a subcommittee meeting for EUT, so she had to leave for that. So all we have today is my one review, if you still want to do that.
Yeah, let's do it, and then it's done.
Okay. So this should be pretty quick. This was LD 780. This is an act regarding uncontrolled hazardous substance sites. It's a DEP bill. It was voted unanimously. Ought to pass as amended. I might as well just share real quick. So you recall there was initially a divided report, and then there was an amendment proposed by Senator Bennett that made a slight change to the use of the term best management practices in the bill. And then it was voted unanimously ought to pass as amended. The fiscal note, which is really the only real change here, is actually not a change. It's pretty much the exact same fiscal note from what was previously the majority report, showing a potential future biennium cost increase and revenue increase to other special revenue funds at the DEP. So if this looks good to everyone, I can go ahead and get this reported out so you can start signing, or I guess we only need one signature because it's not a divided report. We can get it out.
Great. Looks great to me. Any committee comments or feedback?
No, I'm delighted that we're at the end of the road on this one. It ties right into the testimony we've been hearing about PFAS.
It does.
This bill will allow the department to designate certain PFAS chemicals as hazardous and thus bring them under our uncontrolled sites law, which is our state Love Canal law or Superfund law. Those are other names used for it. This will be wonderful.
Any other comments? All right, thank you so much, Dan. All right, friends, that brings us to the end of our Friday session. We are meeting Monday, Wednesday, and Friday next week. And I look forward to seeing you all then.
Have a good weekend.
Happy Mother's Day on Sunday. Don't forget.
That's right.
Thank you.